I would like to also introduce Mr. Musuvukile Mkhize, who is the member primarily responsible for petroleum pipelines and is the member of the electricity subcommittee. Mr. Mkhize.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to everyone on the call. Looking forward to a fruitful.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkhize. As indicated, Mr. Majola, who is supposed to chair, can you please assist Mr. Mabunda by muting those that join with their mics on? If they could kindly just assist us by switching their mics on off, so that we don't have any interference or interruption as we proceed with the hearing. With regards to Mr. Majola, he is going to join us as soon as the connection issue gets sorted. We also just have an apology from the chairperson of the energy regulator, Mr. Tembani Pukula, who's unable to join us today. Here is another platform that is afforded to stakeholders. Taking an information in terms of the scope, in terms of the body of the rules, trading rules that the regulator has developed. We therefore providing this second opportunity to stakeholders to come forward and clarify some of their comments that they made in writing, but also just the other issues that they would like to bring to the attention of the energy regulator. We would like to also just confirm that the rules themselves, or the draft rules themselves, were published for comment, and that even the hearing that we're holding today was also published, and we received responses from various stakeholders who requested to present today. I think we received about, looking at the number here, it's quite a huge number. I think we have about 12 stakeholders that requested to make presentations today. I would like to summarize the rules for that govern the public hearing. The public hearing today is governed by the National Energy Regulator of 2004, which requires that stakeholders be granted an opportunity, and that we make sure that only the members of the subcommittee that are required to ask questions to the presenters. However, if there is a person in the public who would like to ask questions to the presenters, there is an email that has been written on the chat by Mr. Walter Mabunda. You can just put your question there. We will monitor, or Walter will monitor that for us and inform us when there is a question that we would like to put to the presenters. To just confirm again that the hearing itself was advertised through various newspapers, as well as the social media platforms that are monitored by NERSA, as well as NERSA's website. Would like to indicate that all presenters will be required to make their presentations under oath. And also that if presenters have information that they deem to be confidential, please inform us if you still want that information to be presented in this hearing, so that we can decide as a panel whether or not we proceed to hear that information. Should we do, we will then clear the room to make sure that only the NERSA staff, as well as the members of the energy regulator, that will share that information. Stakeholders are given about 10 minutes each to make their presentations. So if you can kindly go straight to the key issues that you would like to raise with the energy regulator. And as stated, presentations will be done under oath. Right. So I would like now to just remind stakeholders about the House rules. Please, if you can try to cooperate with us by making sure that your video remains off. Only those that are going to present will activate their cameras. And we will indicate at what point they should do so. Please also make sure that your phone is kept on a silent mode and that the mics are not going to be activated at all, except when we ask the presenter to speak. At this point, I would like to go straight then to the first presenter. We've got the first presenter as Andre from Discovery Green, and I would like Andre to activate your video, your camera. Thank you very much, Andre. Do you have any? Thank you. Do you have any objections in taking the oath?
Not at all.
All right. May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. May you please state your name and your designation at Discovery Green for the record.
I'm Andre Nepin. I'm the CEO at Discovery Green.
All right. Thank you very much. You may start with your presentation and I can see it on the screen. If you can kindly just put it on presentation mode. You've just done that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone at NERSA for the opportunity to present today. Just as for clarity at this hearing is that we as Discovery Green, alongside many other traders, have been involved in the workshops to provide input on the formulation of trading rules. So we've been involved in that quite a bit. And what we're presenting here today is a short list of feedback following, I think, a very good process by the teams to get these rules ready. I understand and respect that they are not easy to formulate, but we look forward to having these published and having these available so that we can continue to proceed with developing a competitive market for electricity in South Africa. So just a thank you from our side. The presentation today, and I must iterate this, is that it is quite a comprehensive document. We have submitted a comprehensive document, and the trading rules itself, they are quite comprehensive. So this presentation, given the time allowed, will only focus on 6 sort of key areas and commentary around those that we would like to propose should be considered or potentially edited by NERSA. But I do want to iterate that significant progress has been made with the rules, and I do think it's in a good state. So the 6 areas are scope, accessibility, choice, fairness, transparency, and consumer protection. And please bear with me as I go through them. The first one around scope, and this is just a general comment, and I'd like to raise this, and that is that the latest iteration of the trading rules included generation as parties to that as well, and some of the trading rules influence or touch on generation as well. I would like to recommend that when it comes to generation and trading, specifically in the trading space, given that traders are different, there are generators that are traders as well, but trading is a different activity and regulated differently, that generators should not fall part of these, just given that they have not, one is, I don't think it necessarily covers everything, and 2 is I don't think they've had the opportunity to participate in the formulation of this, given that it's titled, trading rules on that. So we'd like to avoid creating duplication and uncertainty in the space, and recommend that these rules are narrowed to traders only. Next up, I would like to talk about the phased market access. Now we get and we understand the need for a phased market access in the space, given that it is year 2 of the reform, and a lot of things need to be in place in order to facilitate large quantities of renewable energy trading, and I believe that was the rationale to phase it at times. The current proposal in the trading rules is to limit it to HV customers, transmission customers only. We'd like to flag that that is a potential risk for the market and the development of the market and the development of competitiveness in the industry, whether or not it's consistent with the ERA or not, but it does discriminate against customers who are existing already wheeling through traders across South Africa. So they are currently through medium voltage, multiple customers wheeling across the country, and this would exclude them even though they have contractually signed up for it, and there's generation built to serve them, and that would create considerable complexity if that was removed. And of course, low voltage customers, which are currently being done through a few other sites, but in particular virtual wheeling, where low voltage customers are already accessing it. And I do believe, it will be wrong to remove that at this point in time. And of course, the ability for people to choose makes it very difficult because certain customers can't upgrade to these high voltages. One thing that we do recommend for consideration by NERSA is to consider other form of phased implementation as opposed to a rules-based element on that, is to consider whether or not it could not be a technical implementation as opposed to a phased approach. In order to facilitate wheeling, there is already a mechanism that ensures that there's a phased adoption, which is the tariff structure and meter capability. So, whether or not you're in a time of use structure or you the metering capability to facilitate that, those are critical to enable wheeling, and that is a natural limiter. We also think it is an opportunity to encourage more businesses out there to consider, given that they could access offerings by traders, to move to time of use billing, because it will allow for better price signaling in the market, which would add to the overall stability of the system. So I do believe there's both system benefits and phasing benefits of this approach, and we recommend that this gets considered. The next point is a point that we've noticed in the rules, which is the need for contractual freedom between traders and its customers. There are some hurdles in place which requires consent from various parties in order to do this. We believe that this is not correct in relation to the Act, and we do believe that it's important to ensure that the customers have a choice without having to get the permission of the existing supplier on that. And I do believe this is something that would be lifted or solved in the near future. Also, very important in terms of contracting and creating commercial autonomy is that a dedicated dispute resolution mechanism with NERSA, we believe it's essential to protect the market functioning in this one. And there is already a resolution mechanism and a approach there. However, creating enabling one for traders or improving our ability to have timelines around this will be critical to enable a functioning market, especially in the early stages as the various players establish themselves. The next point is relating to ensuring fair and non-discriminatory network access. This is something that was raised quite a bit in the trading rules. Now we understand historically, given the nature of electricity in South Africa and given the unbundling that is happening, that there's currently the incumbent or the municipality or Eskom distribution is both the distribution company, the wise business, and the trader on that. We do believe that it's important to enable a separation between those, whether it's from a data point of view or from a accounting point of view as well, to ensure fair access, to ensure non-discriminatory access to the actual network, to allow traders to access customers without having an unintended conflict of interest in this. And I do believe this is essential to enable fast and effective switching in this process. The next item is around transparency. We believe this is a critical point as well, and the rules speak to this to some degree. Now, I must state up front that we do recognize the need to recognize the role of capacity within the market. We all recognize the importance of that. We do caution, though, that capacity or stability charges or generation capacity charges should not be a trader-specific element. It should be managed outside of the trading rules as part of the energy or the wholesale tariff unbundling. And the reason for that is that it extends not only to traders, but all generators, embedded forms of generation and other forms of generation that are not flexible. These are policy issues, and we just caution against including specific charges for functions that should be handled by the energy pricing policy, where there is a unbundling document that has been submitted through a NECAP working group to NERSA on this, and we believe that is worth considering. We also would like to ensure that all admin fees, as mentioned in this, are cost reflective based on cost of supply studies and actually published sooner and as soon as possible to enable the ability, or at least to be able to see what the hurdles are for customers switching, to ensure that we keep those hurdles as low as possible to encourage competition. And the last point, which we believe is very important, and relates to the previous one, is around customer protection and POPIA compliance. We do know that the distributor and the trader currently within the NSP are closely linked, and we understand why, and it does make sense. But encouraging a fair competition, we do have to ensure that these are separated to ensure that there's no conflict of interest between the two parties, so that information is stored and shared by the distributor, and it doesn't get given to the default trader at that same time. So we'll limit unnecessary conflicts in the space, and this is part of our submission as well. So I don't want to take up more time. I do appreciate the 10 minutes that have been given. There is a more comprehensive submission that we have submitted, but scope, accessibility, choice, fairness, transparency, and protection, these are some of the main comments we have made in what we think is a very good set of rules. So thank you, Chairperson.
Very much to you, Andre, for the presentation. I would like to then check with the members of the energy regulator if they have questions of clarity arising from your submissions and also the issues that you presented today. Mr. Mkhize, you may go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I would like to thank Discovery Green for the presentation, and all those who commented, because that is the main thrust of this process. We really appreciate it. It's not a tick box exercise, but it's something that we do really take into consideration. I would just like, on the issue that you raised regarding generators, I hope you have been able to point out to the team exactly where, and also suggested maybe alternative wording. If you have done so, if you may just please do that within the next 7 days. I think from my side, the comments are pretty straightforward for the team to then consider. I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks once again to Discovery Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. May I see if there are other members? Yes, Advocate Sithole, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think one of the issues that, and thanks to the presenter for their presentation, one of the issues that is being highlighted is the issue of a customer and a trader, and that definition needs to be clarified when one looks at the comments that they have submitted. I just wanted to find out as to, does Discovery Green have any proposal on the definition of the two, such that there is clarity between the customer and as well as a trader, other than those definitions that we have in our governing legislation? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Madam Sithole. I'm hoping that I'm not leaving anyone. Is there any other hand? Mr. Mabunda, I can't see from my screen this side. Is there any other hand from the members?
No, Chairperson.
All right. All right. From my side, the questions that maybe the one that I would like to start off with is just to get your views with regards to the inclusion of resellers. As we know that in the Act, we have the trading activity and the traders, which we license. Now, the issue of the resellers, what will be your views with regards to the resellers being brought into the scope of the trading business? If you can clarify and just give us your views on that. The second thing is that in terms of the wheeling rules, just to make sure that the trading rules as well as the wheeling rules are harmonized and there is no undue duplication between these two that could also create confusion. Is there anything that you would like to point to us with regards to maybe possible areas of making some reference to the wheeling rules as opposed to introducing a different standard in the trading rules, something that will create confusion and also maybe or even a duplication? Can you please assist us with that to the extent that you have picked that up? That will be the second issue. The third issue is the compulsory registration. As you know, in the new Act, that there is a requirement that all those entities that will be trading at the market, at the wholesale market, that they will be required to register. Do you think that we need to tie up that aspect of registration, indicating that for all those that require to participate in the SAWEM, that they can only do so if they have met the requirement for registration, which will be done by NERSA? Do you want us to just to make it very clear that aspect? That will be the third question from my side. The fourth question that I just want to get clarity on is on the issue of, or the two things that you have proposed when it comes to phased implementation. You have proposed that perhaps we should look at technical issues, one being the tariff structure, the second one being the metering capability. Can you just clarify this so that, for instance, in terms of the tariff structure, what is it that you believe we should be looking at as a phased in, and also the metering capability? I'll tell you the concern that I have. It's around entry deterrent, something that would be against the fact that we need to encourage entry. We need not, put exclusionary measures for other players to participate in the market by putting a high bar for those for other traders to participate in the market, or even big customers to participate in the market. Can you unpack that as well as the metering capability so that the energy regulator can get a better sense as to whether this is something that could be feasible and workable and is not something that will be anti-competitive, at least because that is the issue of concern from our side. I would like to then leave it, or maybe just the issue of the standby generators. How should this cost be recovered? If you may then clarify, since you say that it does not fall within this within the trading rules. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity, and thank you for these questions. So I will work through them. I have written them down. So starting at the top and on the comment around resellers, I will have to I don't want to speak out of turn as my understanding of the role of resellers. I do understand the process, although I have not, I'm not very familiar with, the rules relating to resellers. So I will ask kindly that I prefer not to comment on that one unless, and perhaps any of the other traders with engagement with resellers can comment on that one. But I do believe that there is some consistency required between these rules and processes. On the concept of wheeling rules and specific rules that cover parts of this, I do think it's important for NERSA to consider potentially including within these rules a hierarchy of rules applicable. Because currently the wheeling rules, published by the NSP and approved by NERSA, does allow for various forms of wheeling that is inconsistent with this. On that, so it could be worth looking at the actual wheeling rules. It could be worth looking at the virtual wheeling rules that were released as well, the process that has been released for that. I think those are two important ones. The grid code, of course, is one to look at as well. So I'd say, the ones that are most applicable to the SEDAC process that could be referenced are the actual wheeling rules that has been through and published by NERSA. When it comes to the next question, and I'd like to spend a bit of time on the last two, so I'll go through this one as well. In relation to the market code, my understanding of the market code is whether participation within the market code is voluntary, but being a balanced responsible party is compulsory. And I know Keith is a bit later, but that is my understanding around that. I do believe that the natural thing that will happen is traders will participate in the market. There's no rational reason why they wouldn't play a role and would need to be registered to play a role within that. I think the question as it relates to the actual rules is whether or not these need to be documented as per the trading rules, given that the market code has not been through NERSA for approval just yet. And I do think this speaks also to the hierarchy of rules to say, the market code, if you have to participate, these are the rules that are applicable to everyone, including traders, if you would like to participate, which should not be in the development in conflict with it, but impose, additional requirements on traders as part of the rules of the market. So that is my view around that. If you want to take part, you of course have to register. If you're a balanced responsible party, you have to be a balanced responsible party based on the code. The question is, what those rules are, and I hope in the next year or so we'll be able to do that and see that, and that'll be clear to traders. On your fourth and final question, I would like to spend a bit of time on this because I do believe these are the most important ones and the phasing of it. So I would argue, Chair, that using a technical limitation instead of I would say a HV limitation, a high voltage limitation, is more of a technical limitation than what I'm proposing, given that the access to customers are very limited. The customers who are on high voltage is a subset of customers and are generally large energy users, which would exclude a big part of the market and players in that space. What I'm recommending, and I should be more clear on this, and I apologize for not being in the presentation, is that to propose a time that the limitation is more of the solution is more of a technical solution in terms of tariffs. So what I mean by tariffs is not a different tariff. It's referring to a time of use tariff. To give you a very practical example, many customers out in South Africa who would like to access wheeling, in order to access wheeling, whether or not high voltage or medium voltage, have to convert to a time of use tariff or a flex tariff. Of course, this doesn't apply to households yet, but definitely on the business side, industrial users, you have to be on a time of use tariff as per the wheeling rules. I believe that is already a very strong natural limit because not everyone is on that. And it gives everyone the choice because that is a technical requirement to enable wheeling because it is essential given that you need to recognize the different periods of the day and not just pay a consistent fee all across. I believe that is that to me is a good way to phase the market without limiting access whatsoever. If any business or consumer or customer would like to access wheeling, they are able, by just ensuring that they are capable of meeting the rules and the technical requirements for wheeling. And I do believe that's a natural filter, as it usually does involve some effort from the client and some potential costs from the client as well. So I do think that would open up access a lot more than the HV restriction currently proposed. Then on the comment of the charges and the standby capacity charges, this is a important topic, and I think it's a system-wide topic, and it's important to recognize the role of balancing and generation capacity charges within the market. Currently, as per the RTP of last year, generation capacities have been included, and I think everyone is aware that it will increase over the next sort of 2 years as a greater portion of it gets allowed in. Those charges, as far as we understand, are to ensure that capacity is compensated for. Whether or not these charges are accurate to reflect the true cost of capacity is still to be determined by NERSA, and there are papers established for that. But the role of that capacity charge being levied on large power units are to compensate for pay for some of the costs in the system in the generation fleet that are available when other generation is not. And that is a justified and rational charge on that. So we actually believe that charge and the purpose of that charge and the way that charge is calculated represents how much generation capacity is needed in the system. And that applies to traders, that applies to IPPs and generators, that applies to embedded generation, and allows for a system-wide compensation for that particular charge. Our argument is that making that as specific to traders would not be, I think, fair between all the players in that. And I don't think it'll achieve the outcome that you're trying to achieve by ensuring appropriate compensation for capacity. And that's why we recommend that the energy pricing policy accounts for additional capacity charges. It's not specific to the trading rules, given that it applies to the whole system, and traders are just a small portion of that. So, Chair, I hope that answers your questions. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, it does. I just did not hear you clearly on the issue of the metering capacity as one of the technical implementation. Please.
Apologies. So I mentioned time of use and I mentioned metering, and I do think they go hand in hand. But in order to enable time of use tariffs to switch over from fixed tariffs to time of use tariffs requires an improvement or a different metering infrastructure. And this might require some costs that need to be done on that. It is critical, I think, to measure in a more real time as we move towards a higher frequency market. So that is what I refer to that. It's not a specific meter or new meter that needs to be included. It's just a meter that enables time of use pricing, which is already a requirement in the wheeling rules.
Thank you very much for your input and for your proposals. We will take those into consideration. The reseller, I'm hoping that you will be able to provide us with your views in the next 7 days. We thank you for your time. If you can kindly remember to share or send your what you call the presentation that you've just made. If you can share it with Mr. Walter Mabunda, that will be appreciated. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this point, I just want to welcome Mr. Majola. Mr. Majola, I've already indicated that you will be joining us, and you will take over from here. We've just done with the first presenter. We are now going to the second presenter. I would like to hand over to you. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Thank you.
Okay, no, he's here now.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Maseti, for chairing the meeting in my absence. And apologies to everybody, the stakeholders. In particular, we had a power dip here in the office, and then the network was affected, but our IT guys were quick to come and help me out. So at this point, then we're going to move over to our next presenter, Ms. Kathy Oxby. Can I ask you to kindly switch on your camera, to raise your right hand and affirm the following? You do solemnly declare that the evidence you are about to give before this panel is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I declare that the evidence I'm about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you for that. For the record, please state your name, organization, and designation.
Thank you.
Apologies,
My name
Chair.
is Kathy Oxby. I'm the Chief
Chairperson, can
Commercial
you
Officer
see her?
at Africa Green Co.
Can you see her, Chairperson?
Yeah, I can see her. Thank you.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
she is.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Oxby. You
Okay,
may
President.
proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much. I'll just bring it onto the screen. Are you able to see my screen? Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So thank you very much for the opportunity to provide comments today. Firstly, I would like to echo Andre's words and commend NERSA for the work that has gone into preparing these trading rules. It is a challenging task to balance the responsibilities and the rights and obligations of the different stakeholders. We've also been involved in the process to get here, and I think that there is a lot of positive content in the current rules. We will therefore, as Andre did, focus on a limited number of points that we'd particularly like to draw out. We've submitted detailed comments, which should be read in coordination with these points, as well as providing a proposed markup to the rules. So the points I'd like to cover are the aspect of the delineation between the market code and the trading rules, the treatment of different stakeholders, different market participants that buy and or sell power bilaterally, the issue of duplication between different rules governing the sector, the role of off-takers and traders, and as how they are reflected, how their function is reflected in their relationships through the different transactions with the different stakeholders, and then looking at what is trading, the nature of trading, and the extent to which the rules in their current form and the other regulatory requirements around trading, how they currently operate, drawing on our experience also in other markets. For context, it may just be useful to highlight that Greenco is a regional business. We are headquartered in Zambia, and we are a very active trader on the Southern African power pool. So we trade power on the competitive market every hour of every day. We schedule those power flows for both the domestic supply within Zambia and also for the regional flows. In Zambia, we're deeply involved in the ongoing restructuring of the electricity sector, including the system operator and market operator guidelines, including the trading guidelines. We enjoy a very close working relationship with ZESCO and are always keen to ensure that we achieve this balance and a win-win for the benefit of the electricity sector as a whole. So just by way of context. So moving on to look at these points in a little bit more detail. In the current draft of the rules, there are multiple references to the market code, which give rise to concern for us, in that we're concerned that that can lead to inconsistency and confusion if the same substance is governed in different places. Our understanding, and as set out in the purpose and the objectives of the rules, is that they're designed to cover bilateral trading, in contrast to the market code, which covers the short-term competitive market trading, which is based on bids and offers which are matched by the market operator. They're two quite different trading models. And the bilateral trading is already going on and will continue in parallel with the market code. So the two sets of rules, the trading rules and the market code, should be complementary to each other, but should not overlap each other. The nature of what they are seeking to regulate is quite different. In a similar vein, the current proposed phasing of the market is linked to SARWEM, which we don't feel is appropriate for the same reason, in that bilateral trading is going on, will continue until SARWEM's launch and will continue thereafter in parallel and alongside SARWEM, and nothing need change with regard to bilateral trading once the SARWEM competitive market is launched. As Andre just mentioned, I think there was a question around the role of traders and the compulsory nature of the balance responsibility in SARWEM. We're fully aligned that needs to apply to all users of the grid for the sustainability of the system, but that is slightly separate to the issue of the trading transaction itself. We're also concerned in terms of the timing of implementation of the trading rules, that as drafted, the trading rules seek to impose a number of additional obligations on the market operator, which are not reflected in the current draft of the market code, and therefore are concerned that that could lead to delay in approval and implementation of the trading rules. So therefore, as I say, we would strongly suggest that any of those interface issues are removed from the trading rules, and the two documents are very clearly delineated, noting that the market code also remains for approval by NERSA, and future amendments to it will also be subject to NERSA approval, and therefore NERSA does not need to seek to control in any way the substance of the market code through the trading rules. Moving on to the next point. While I agreed with a lot of the points that Andre just raised, one that I strongly disagree with is the applicability of the trading rules to generators. To the extent that generators are selling power to third parties, wheeled energy, then the substance of that supply is exactly the same as the substance of supply by a licensed trader to those customers. They can be serving the same customer. All of the same considerations that are addressed in the trading rules are relevant. The metering and data provisions are all relevant. The customer considerations are all relevant. The consequences of failure by a generator or a trader to supply the contracted volumes are all the same, that could trigger top-up supply. So, we strongly believe that the rules, as is indicated already in the applicability section, should apply to everyone who is conducting transactions of the same substance. So we should be looking at substance, not form. If that means changing the name of the rules, that's also a possibility. Right? But the key is that all entities, all market participants who are transacting in the same way should be subject to the same rules. We can draw a parallel with the third-party wheeling rules, which apply to all users of the grid. And really, the third-party wheeling rules and the trading rules go hand in hand. The wheeling rules are looking at the access to the physical grid, and the trading rules are looking at the settlement and the more the sort of commercial side and data flows and reconciliation aspects of those power flows. So the wheeling rules, physical infrastructure, trading rules, the sort of soft infrastructure, more the system operations. Similar to the first point in some ways, we do feel that there are a number of areas in which the current draft rules overlap with other provisions. I already highlighted the overlaps with the market code, but also if we're looking at the prerequisites to participate in the phases, a lot of those requirements, if not all, overlap with provisions which are already set out elsewhere, primarily in the Electricity Regulation Act, but there are also this duplication with the wheeling rules, noting that there is also some inconsistency there. For example, the third-party wheeling rules provide for the reconciliation, the payments for wheeled energy to be done in different ways, either as an energy credit or through a cost of service based bottom-up approach. I'm not sure why only one of those has been translated over into the trading rules, but for the same reason flagged in relation to the market code, we feel that there should not be that duplication and replication. Given, as I said, that the two go hand in hand, if there is a desire in due course to combine the wheeling rules and the trading rules, then that could be considered, given that they should apply to the same transactions. But until that point, there could be cross-references to the wheeling rules, but it should not be replication. There are also a couple of references to technical standards. The nature of trading is primarily a financial settlement. It's a commercial transaction. It doesn't affect the electron flows. And it's not appropriate that the trading rules should be looking to the technical standards, which are already addressed in the grid codes, connection agreements, and other matters that relate to physical infrastructure. Just finally on that, in terms of consistency, we note that some of the defined terms used in the trading rules are the same terms as are used in the ERA, but have a different definition. So if the same term is being used, it can lead to confusion if it means something different. So I would strongly recommend that the ERA definitions are incorporated. Where there are deliberate differences intended, then different definitions should be used. Moving on to my next point, which is around the full recognition of traders as participants in the market in their own right, as valid off-takers, and not merely as brokers or middlemen between generation and customers. While this session is obviously on the trading rules and not on the grid capacity allocation rules, there is in Rule 8817 a reference to what were then the interim grid capacity allocation rules. And so I think it's important to highlight that as drafted, that rule was limited to generators who are also traders, which does not go far enough to ensure that traders are properly recognised and able to fulfil their function in the market. To elaborate on that further, traders have committed significant resource and capital to ensure the bankability of their offtake. If an IPP and its lenders have accepted that a trader is the off-taker for the purpose of getting that new capacity built, financed and built, then an NSP shouldn't be able to block the transaction by refusing grid capacity allocation on the basis that they insist on knowing who the ultimate end customers of that power are. One of the benefits of traders is that they can absorb the risk of mismatch between different tenors. Generators and their lenders will generally look for as long-term PPA offtake as possible to have that revenue certainty, whereas on the customer side, there aren't many customers who are willing to commit to such long-term offtake transactions. Therefore, traders can bridge that gap by putting their balance sheet at risk, committing to the generator to get that power flowing. And then that power, once it's available, is much more attractive to customers. And so blocking generation from the outset because customer meter numbers can't be provided for power that's not going to be available for 2 years is not a pragmatic way forward. And it's particularly relevant in the context of SARWEM, where we will see the possibility of new generation being developed that's fully merchant with the intention of selling into the market, which would clearly render it impossible to provide such customer details. My next points are around flexibility. And again, looking to the value and benefits that traders can deliver into the system. The current regulatory requirements around the generator's connection use of system agreement listing the ultimate customer and the customer electricity supply agreement listing the generator and the trading license schedules listing both of them locks in rigid bilateral back-to-back transaction structures, which impede efficient supply and demand matching. If we look to an example, and the diagrams here on the slide, that structure prevents a trader from being able to mitigate supply and demand interruptions on either side. So, for example, if trader B has contracted with generator A to supply customer C, but then generator A has an unplanned outage. If customer C's ESA says it can only be supplied by generator A, then trader B has no flexibility to plug the gap and supply customer C from its portfolio of other generation. The same argument works the other way around. If customer C has an unplanned outage or an industrial shutdown and no longer needs that power, if trader B does not have the flexibility to sell that power to somebody else, they're effectively forced to still charge customer C for power they're not using. So this rigidity increases costs and reduces flexibility and increases the risk that top-up supply would be required because the trader is not able to plug the gap itself from its portfolio. We therefore see, while we acknowledge that these requirements are currently placed elsewhere, including in the license conditions, we see the trading rules as the opportunity in the interim to confirm that those requirements are no longer appropriate for the market, particularly in the context and in the run-up to SARWEM, which introduces a real competitive market. And we'd therefore propose that the trading rules confirm that these requirements should not apply, and in parallel, the related regulations and licenses are amended in order to remove those requirements. Obviously, as part of reconciliation and settlement, the NSPs need to know where the power is going to and from. And that is achieved through the scheduling and reconciliation process, which can be matched to the settlement period which that NSP settles on. We as Greenco, as I mentioned, are used to scheduling power flows hourly, and SARWEM will require hourly scheduling of power for all grid users linked to the balance responsibility. But it doesn't necessarily have to jump straight to hourly, recognising that there is a transition here, there is a journey, there are systems and processes that will need to be put in place by the NSPs. So we would propose that each NSP can propose the appropriate settlement period for which it requires that data. All that data would naturally be also segregated by time of use. But the point is that the source and destination of power should not need to be stated, hard-coded in black and white in the contracts, because that is unduly restrictive and rigid and does not reflect the fact that electrons do not follow contractual paths and that trading is more of a commercial and financial settlement. Our next point is around the extraterritorial reach that is currently embedded in the draft trading rules. For example, Rule 8146 requires consent of the regulator of the country to which the power is being exported. But not all jurisdictions require such regulatory consent for power imports. Therefore, as currently drafted, the trading rules are seeking to impose additional requirements on regulators of other countries which are not currently there. And we think it's absolutely crucial that NERSA's mandate to regulate power flows within South Africa is respected, and there is not, through the trading rules, an attempt to overreach the rules and obligations and jurisdiction of other regulators or of the SAP Coordination Centre. Similarly to my earlier point that in terms of the prerequisites to participate, a lot of the requirements are already set out in the ERA or in licenses. There's no requirement in the trading rules to say that SAP members need to comply with SAP rules. SAP members need to comply with SAP rules because they agree to do so when they sign the SAP Market Participation Agreement, and that's enforced by SAP. So anything that occurs beyond the South African border should be regulated by the correct entity with jurisdiction. And also, given the regulatory reforms underway across the region and reforms going on at SAP level, then duplicating or replicating any of those requirements in the trading rules has the risk of leading to the rules being out of sync with those changes and creating inconsistency. The final point I just wanted to touch on was around the top-up supply and default supplier or default retailer provisions. The top-up supply and the need to have an entity with responsibility to ensure that a customer's needs are met is essential. However, it needs to be linked to actual rather than contracted supply. If, for example, a generator or a trader had contracted to supply a customer 20 megawatts, but and the customer used 20 megawatts, but there was an issue and the generator or trader only supplied 18, the contracted supply was there, like the contracted supply was 20, but the actual supply was not. So top-up supply, as provided for, is, we would submit, currently incorrect and needs to be triggered if actual consumption differs from actual consumption from actual supply, and then the top-up supply would kick in. In terms of the nature of the entity that can provide top-up supply, a customer can contract with multipliers for power. Any of that supply which is pre-contracted is just normal contracted supply. Top-up supply is therefore by definition uncontracted where consumption and intended consumption. Therefore, the only entities that supply that are entity reserves who control the power flow in real time. So recognising the vital role of the incumbent, of the distributor, service provider who would for that area to play that role. That's not to say that customers can't profile different third-party supplies from different sellers with different profiles, potentially at different times of year or in different hours. But in terms of that top-up supply or default retailer, default supplier role, that has to be the entity that can manage the power flows in real time. We absolutely recognise that there are costs associated with that. And as noted, always ensure that the input we provide and the work that we do with the stakeholders in all of the countries in which we operate looks at the long-term sustainability of the sector and ensures cost reflectivity and equality, a fair treatment. So therefore, there are in the rules looking at the standby capacity. Now, I would agree with Andre's comments around the generation capacity charge and the care that needs to be taken to ensure that fixed costs are not overcharged. But clearly there are costs associated with having reserves, which need to be adequately compensated and paid for by all of the customers who benefit from those reserves being available, as well as being charged for the supply as it is actually used. So I think that probably wraps up the points that I particularly wanted to cover today. I think that in general, I say we very much look forward to these rules being finalised and being able to play a full and active role in helping to bring new generation online and improve the efficiency with which the supply and demand between generation and consumption can be matched. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Oxby. I am now going to invite the members of the regulator by show of hands if they've got any issues they would like to raise with Ms. Oxby. Thank you. Okay, I see Ms. Maseti, Ms. Sitole. And yes, so let's start with you, Ms. Maseti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and thanks to Ms. Oxby for your, for your presentation and for the issues that you have raised, so that we can look at them carefully. I just want to get clarity on the issue of the market efficiency impediments that you have dealt with. In terms of the current rules, I just want to understand the specific rule that seems to, or let me rephrase the question. How does the rule prevent traders from kind of participating in the market? The issue of that. I'm mixing up issues. Let me start off with the recognition of the traders as off-takers. So I just want to understand the significant impact of that point that you made from a perspective of how does it compromise the role of the traders in participating in the market. I think that is important. It is one thing to indicate from your side that, well, traders, in the way that we've crafted the rules, must not just be seen maybe as brokers as brokers, rather than being seen as off-takers, because they invested significant capital and they are also taking the risk. But in terms of just indicating that this includes generators who are also traders, that phrase alone, how does it compromise the significant participation of the traders in the market? That's the first question. Please, if you can take note of that question. The second question that I would like to come to is the one that deals with the market efficiency impediments. In terms of that, I would like to find out as to what is your proposal to cure this potential market efficiency that you indicated. How best can we manage that, or try and amend the rules to avoid such impairment, so to speak, from happening in the market. The third question that I would like to ask from you is around the issues of overlaps that you have identified. For instance, and I asked this question from earlier on to the first presenter, is maybe the approach here in the trading rules, maybe the approach that we could take, is it an approach of cross-referencing to the relevant other documents, such as maybe on issues that are supposed to be within the scope of the grid code? If then there is an issue that is dealt with in a much amplified manner and appropriately in the grid code, should we just cross-reference to that and also do cross-referencing to wheeling rules just for completeness, so that one can look into the trading rules as well as those other documents that exist, including the licensing, including the market code? Is that the approach that you believe could solve the issue of duplication that you have pointed out? Would it be safe if we do it in that way? Then the fourth thing is just the timing aspect. I didn't get the key concern around the timing issue, as well as your proposed solution on that timing issue that you have raised. Those are the 4 questions, Chairperson, that I would like to raise for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maseti. I'm now going to call upon Ms. Sitole. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to Ms. Oxby for her presentation. Mine, it's an issue relating to cross-border trading rules, which I've picked up in their submission to NERSA in terms of their comments. And what I've picked up is that the Greenco is indicating that there is a need to have clear rules on cross-border trading, and in a manner that will also clarify the NSP's rules. So my question is, as we know that cross-border trading rules can only be developed based on the governing legislation and policies within the different countries. Let me just use SADC, which I have some kind.
Advocate Sitole, you are muted. Thank you.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, I don't know what happened. Sorry, I don't know where I have left off, but I'll just try and be quick. The question is on cross-border trade, rules that have been mentioned in Africa Greenco's comments. And my question is, how do we... let me just maybe preface this by saying that we do know that if we were to develop cross-border trading rules, they will be based on national legislation and policies. Taking the SADC example, where there are a number of regulators that are there, you would have to harmonize their pieces of legislation such that you come up with an appropriate or acceptable cross-border trading rules. So in your comments, you're saying that these rules, when they're developed, they should also be sort of aligned to NSP rules. So I just wanted to get your suggestion as to how these can be done, considering that there's a lengthy process to really develop cross-border trading rules. And again, if they are developed, what is your suggestion in terms of ensuring compliance with those particular cross-border rules, and how would they also impact on other entities within individual countries that are participating through the SEP structure. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, over to you, Ms. Oxby.
Great, thank you very much for those excellent questions, which I've noted down. So taking them in turn, in terms of the recognition of traders as off-takers and the issues that the current practice creates, we have multiple examples where we have had extensive discussions, negotiations with IPPs to be the off-taker for their projects, but the IPP has had issues with the NSP when it comes to the grid capacity allocation. If we, as the trader, as the direct PPA off-taker, are not able to supply customer meter data for the full capacity of the power we're committing to buy from end customers where that power is not going to be delivered for 2-3 years. And so the sort of refusal to accept that traders are the buyer and are committing to buy the power as being sufficient for the grid capacity to be secured means that it's a huge impediment to traders being able to conclude power purchase arrangements with generators because of that. So therefore, it's very prejudicial to traders and doesn't reflect the reality or the desires of customers, that the customers don't want to be committing that length of time out. And it links also in with the next point around market efficiency, that the market evolves, customer demand fluctuates and evolves. And so trying to lock in before a new generation project is even financed, trying to lock in exactly where every electron from that generation plant will be delivered in several years' time is unrealistic and impedes the system and the efficiency of the system to be able to allocate electrons where they are most needed in reality when they are there and they're available. I hope that answers the question. And I say it flips into then the second question around market efficiency, which is sort of a similar point in that at present, a generator connection use system agreement where some or all of the generation is to be supplied by third-party wheeling to customers, the name of the customer needs to be noted on the connection use system agreement. And conversely, the customer electricity supply agreement amendment is required to state the generator that the electrons are coming from. I mean, I think we all know that electrons don't comply with contracts. The electrons don't follow the contractual path. Whether the location of generation is appropriate for grid stability considerations is something that should be taken into account on a technical basis when agreeing for grid capacity for that plant. And similarly, the location of customers and their demand when they're applying for their connection agreements clearly needs to be taken into account. It does not need to be taken into account in determining whether that generator is selling to the NSP or a trader or a customer. It does not need to be taken into account when saying, is this customer going to be paying its incumbent distributor or a trader? Those are financial reconciliations that have nothing to do with the electron flow. And therefore, having this rigidity where a generator is only allowed, whether directly or through a trader, is only allowed to supply the customers that are written in black and white in their connection use system agreement, and a customer is only allowed to be supplied by a specific named generators, One does not the trade, because it's the customer and generator which are noted, not the trader, under current rules. There was discussion around allowing traders to be mentioned, but at least the last drafts we saw of those revised documents still wanted the ultimate generator or the ultimate customer to be noted. And therefore, one is as new transactions are concluded, there are timing constraints around the time it takes to do these amendments. And also sort of linking into that, the requirement that customers and generators need to be listed in the trading license schedules. Same point. There's the timing considerations around that, which, for a new transaction where, the generation isn't going to be online for another year or two, obviously there's time. Where it matters particularly is as per the example I gave on the slide, where there are unplanned variations, where you have a customer who has a planned 2-week shutdown, and they don't want, unless the trader that's supplying them has the ability to sell that power to somebody else, then, and that's not in anyone's interests. So, and that problem is specifies the generator, and the generator curosa specifies the customer. And we see no need for it in practical terms. We don't have that in Zambia. We don't have that in Namibia. We don't have that in Zimbabwe. It's not necessary. The information that is necessary for reconciliation and settlement comes through the scheduling and reconciliation process. A trader will need to demonstrate that the volume of power that it controls that is injected into the grid in any given period, and I say that period can be flexible to reflect the current status and the current technological and system requirements of the NSPs. Whatever that time frame is, the trader must show that the volume of power that was injected into the grid under its control, at its direction from its contracted suppliers, matches the volume of power which is withdrawn from the grid by the customers it's supplying in that time frame, in that time of use. And that's the basis on which the reconciliation is done. And if there is a mismatch between those two, then the trader becomes liable for balancing energy, where there's a shortfall. So if less power is injected than the trader's customers withdrew, then there needs to be payment to the provider of that top-up supply for the power, or when we're looking in the SARWEM context, then it's a deviation from schedule to which the balancing energy mechanism applies, such that the parties who are providing that standby capacity and that top-up supply are properly and duly remunerated. So what I'm saying is those mechanisms are what protect the NSPs. They do not sort of seeking to the rationale for having this back-to-back lock-in, slightly escapes me, I say, because the fundamentals of the electron flow and the commercial flows don't require it, and it is a major impediment to traders being able to play the proper role to trade. Like, trading is about matching supply and demand. Generation fluctuates, consumption fluctuates, and we do it all the time. As Greenco in Zambia, for example, we are supplying large volumes of power to First Quantum Minerals, but not just from a single source. We're buying all of the generation from the 100 megawatt Samba Solar project. All of that power, the equivalent volume, is supplied to First Quantum, but First Quantum don't want a solar profile. They want a baseload profile. So we take the solar and we blend it with power that we buy on SAP, with power that we buy from other sources, in order to play the role of a trader in bridging this mismatch between timing tenors, between profiles, to meet the needs of both generation and supply. And the way that the South African system is currently structured does not allow that. And while we're developing now trading rules, if they're really intended to allow for trading, then going hand in hand with that, we need to introduce that more flexibility. So there's nothing in the trading rules as currently drafted which says that QOSs and ESAs must list the generator or the supplier, but we know that's the case in the background. So my point was that in terms of what should be done, the trading rules could clarify that NSPs must not require QOSs to be amended to specify the customer, must not require ESAs to specify the generator. So it's effectively a proposal to introduce a new rule to address the underlying issue. In terms of the requirement for the license schedules to be updated, then that's currently embedded in the license conditions, but that there could be a prioritization provision in the trading rules that disapplies that requirement until the license conditions have practically been updated. So I hope that answers the question. As you can see, it's something that we're quite passionate about in order to be able to bring the efficient and meet the needs of our customers. So if I move on to question 3 from Ms. Maseko. Oh, sorry.
Excuse me, Ms. Oxby, can I also ask you to try and wrap up quickly the next response? Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Apologies for taking too much time. In terms of the overlaps and the question as to whether cross-referencing could work, yes, cross-referencing could work where there is a need, but the other rules and codes stand on their own. So in my view, there's no need to cross-refer to the grid code, for example. All relevant entities need to comply with the grid code as it is. So it does not add anything for the trading rules to say that traders or generators must comply with the grid code. It goes without saying that they must. The grid code is already binding. Similarly, the wheeling rules apply to everyone that they need to apply. Trading rules don't need to say that again. In the same way, the trading rules don't need to say that SAP members need to comply with the SAP rules. So if there are specific places where NERSA feels a cross-reference is needed, perhaps to point the reader in the right direction, then fine, cross-referencing is the way to do it. Certainly not duplication and replication of the wording. But in most cases, I'd suggest that even cross-referencing isn't required. And that the different codes and different documents stand alone. The fourth question from Ms. Massetti was around timing. I'm not entirely clear which timing she was referring to. If it's possible to get some clarity there, I'd be more than happy to reply. And in the meantime, maybe just quickly, I'll try and answer quickly Mr. Tole's question around the cross-border aspects. In terms of cross-border trading, the role of each regulator relates to the portion of a cross-border trade which is within the jurisdiction of that regulator, therefore to the border. And from the border, the rules and the jurisdiction of the next regulator step in. So while it would be wonderful to have harmonized regulation across the net grid, and obviously the East African power pool will soon be interconnected as well, increasing the challenge there. While harmonization would be fantastic, it's not necessary in order to allow for cross-border trading. What's necessary, the rules currently are that the portion of a cross-border trade which takes place within South Africa is subject to the same trading rules as any other trade. it's fundamentally the same as any other trade. It's just that the point of injection or point of withdrawal as applicable is at the border. So, for example, if we're looking at use of system charges, then our position would be that an exporter should be liable for customer use of system charges, because there is no South African customer paying those. So if we're looking to ensure that the NSP has full cost recovery, then you need to ensure that both sides of the use of system charges are covered. So if you're importing power, there's no South African generator paying generator use of system. So that charge should be applied to that import transaction to keep the NSP whole. So you maintain the integrity of the cost recovery, because that cost reflectivity is essential. The only sort of missing element is in terms of cross-border exports. The power for export must be balanced. It's firm power. They're firm trades. If you're trading on SAP and your bids are matched, you must deliver that power at the border. And therefore, if there were to be a generation outage, etc., if there's a fluctuation in the volume of power that's injected from the intended source, then the NSP here, NTCSA at the border, will need to make that whole. And therefore, anyone exporting power must be liable for balancing energy costs, for any deviation between that scheduled and actual power flow, in order to compensate NTCSA for having had to plug the gap. So that will be solved through the balancing mechanism in SARWEM, but pending the introduction of that balancing mechanism, then exporters should be liable for that balancing charge. And so that could be clarified, but also we are very willing to do that and to pay that and to schedule hourly, but it takes two to tango. So there should be corresponding obligations on NSPs to put in place balancing frameworks to enable these transactions to take place. We're currently collaborating to try and put those arrangements in place, and that should be a standardized framework that applies to anyone exporting. I think we hold an import-export license, and I think there are a couple of other licenses that have subsequently been issued. So hopefully that answered the question. But just on that timing point, Ms. Massetti, if you would like to clarify, I'd be very happy to answer.
Through your chairperson, I mentioned the issue of the timing because I think you made reference to the timing of the trading rules. It may have been just a statement that you were relating it to something else. So I wanted, because I didn't get exactly what was the nub of the issue pertaining to timing. Thanks.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Yes, so in terms of timing, we'd like these trading rules as soon as possible. But that my point was that not everything needs to be settled and perfect at that point in time. And looking at the points I was making around market efficiency and settlement mechanisms and settlement periods, there can be an evolution. As the South African market moves from monthly reconciliation to shorter timeframes, and the systems and processes need to be put in place, then if the decision around the relevant timeframe is given to the NSP with NERSA approval, it can also evolve within the framework of the trading rules. The other points around timing were really about the interface with the market code, and I just touched on balancing for export, which is needed now because of the firmness of scheduled power exports, but a number of the other aspects around balancing domestic flows will come with SARWEM. But the timing of introducing the trading rules and the timing of any phasing, which NERSA should settle on, should, in our view, not be linked to the introduction of the market code, because, as I said, the trading rules are specifically for bilateral trading. The market code is specifically for short-term competitive market trading. The two are different in form, run in parallel to each other, shouldn't conflict, but shouldn't need to conflict because they shouldn't cover the same ground.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Oxby. We have heard you, and of course, we'll take into consideration your inputs and your replies to the questions posed by the members of the regulator. I think at this point, then, I am going to go to the next presenter, which is Mr. Keith Bowen. So, Mr. Keith Bowen, can you please switch on your camera?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Done so.
And then, thank you. And then if you can also raise your hand, and while raising your hand, if you can affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you are about to give before the panel is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I do swear.
For the record, please state your name, organization, and designation.
My name is Keith Bowen. I'm the Senior Manager for the Market Operator in the National Transmission Company, South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. You may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. To start off with, again, similar to the previous speakers, I just want to thank the NERSA team for the opportunity to present today, but also just to commend the team on the work that's been done on these trading rules. I know it's a long and difficult journey, and having had that experience with the work we've done on the market code, it is difficult trying to balance all of these different opinions and often conflicting, as we have also heard this morning, and trying to just ensure that we can do a product and align with the existing rules and regulations that are in place. I think I want to just start off with my presentation is relatively short. I'm just focusing on one or two key issues. The first I want to talk about is, again, the application. And I know both Andre and Kathy have spoken about it, and from different views. The idea is that what is it that we're trying to achieve with these rules? And particularly if we consider that we already have wheeling rules. We have existing mechanisms in place. What was the point of the trading rules? And from what I can see in the way in which the rules have been developed, is really trying to deal with a few things. One is customer switching, the impact on the network service provider, and then also dealing with balancing and the balancing responsibility. And I think what the team has done really well is trying to then align that with a market code that we haven't yet finalized, or it hasn't been approved as a final version, but also looking at what the wheeling is trying to do. And I suspect that one of the problems, if we consider how this process is developing, is that at the moment, the rules are intended to apply to traders, the network service providers, import-export licensees, as well as registered generators. Now, and I know Andre was saying earlier that it should be maybe only traders. The problem is, and I just kind of showed a graph on the right in terms of what's happening in the wheeling at the moment for utility scale wheeling. If we look at it, from when wheeling started back in 2008, there was a very small amount of wheeling that took place. A lot of it was code generation. Nobody was really building capacity just for wheeling. And now, obviously, after the president lifted the licensing requirements, we've now seen a huge amount of utility scale wheeling coming on, and it's growing significantly. And you can see that to the right of the graph. The important thing that I'm trying to say, though, is that most of that is actually generated to customer wheeling. It's not through traders. There are some going through traders, but it's a small component of this bigger picture. So by trying to limit the rules that we're trying to develop here to only traders, you're leaving out 90% of the wheeling that is taking place. And although, as we said, wheeling takes care of most of those things, but we're dealing with switching here and the impact on the network service provider. I think we shouldn't try and limit these rules to only a small handful of what's actually taking place in terms of the system. So I think definitely there is a problem with the naming, because by definition, trading in the ERA has a very interesting kind of problem that it's talking about buying and selling. And here we are talking about generators who aren't buying, they're only selling, therefore are not traders. So the proposal from, again, it's just a thought from our side, is to slightly change the name to talk about supply or retail of energy, or even energy exchange, or something that's not specifically only for the traders. But it's just really to reiterate the point of what it is that we're trying to achieve, and not limiting it only to a handful of the events that are actually taking place. In terms of the context, the subtext of what we're talking about, I mean, we've made a formal submission with a lot more detail in terms of definitional changes and questions around certain aspects. But I wanted to focus on only one or two of the high-level things, and particularly how it impacts on the SAWEM and the rollout of the market. Definitely, I support the phasing approach. I think the phasing approach works, particularly when we're dealing with how do we roll out these mechanisms currently without the SAWEM, and then obviously the second phase is how does it align with the SAWEM. And I think the team has done that really well to talk about the status when the SAWEM is in place. One of the concerns, and it was similar, it was raised previously as well, is if we look at where wheeling allows for customers at a medium and high voltage, but also technically at a low voltage as well, these rules are limited to only high voltage customers connected to the transmission network, which seems to be, to at least, you know, from my perspective, it's a limitation of the effectiveness of these rules, and therefore it should allow that the same extent to which it's allowed in the wheeling, also that customer choice is allowed and under these rules. Otherwise, we do have a disjoint as to what's happening in a wheeling environment and what's happening in the trading environment. I think also there is when we talk about the phase 2 in the rules, it starts requiring traders, generators to be market participants. And we're saying that technically, the way we envisage the South African wholesale electricity market is that it is voluntary, and that the only mandatory component of it is for the balancing mechanism, because the balancing mechanism is trying to tie up between all the energy delivered, whether it's market participants or those engaged in physical bilateral trading. And so I think we just need to be careful that there is now sort of an additional obligation being proposed in these rules, which aren't really in the code. And so I think we just need to make sure that we align on that basis. And then lastly, just to highlight that the work that's proposed in terms of the central switching platform for the market operator, we completely concur that that is an incredibly important role, not only for market participants, for balanced responsible parties, that customers, when we're switching, that there is a centralized mechanism to be able to deal with that. And that is also important for the network service providers, and if I use the phrase, the default retailers in those areas, that it's clear to them when customers are switching and how we deal with that responsibility moving and setting up some rules for that. And I think this is the right place to do that as part of these trading rules. So really, it's a very short presentation from my side, but just to highlight these as the critical aspects that I think we just need to ensure that we've aligned, but totally supporting where we're going with the trading rules. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowen. I'm now going to invite the members of the electricity subcommittee to pose questions, if any. Thank you. Ms. Maseti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to Mr. Bowen for the presentation. Just to start off with the applicability of these rules. I hear you with regards to the terminology that is used to say that these are trading rules and all of that, given the earlier comments or concerns raised by the other presenters. Just on the applicability, can you come out clearly from the perspective of NTCSA, if you're representing NTCSA, I suppose, as I see in the presentation, can you indicate who are the other players that must be included in terms of these rules? Who are the other players that these rules should be applicable too. I think that for me is very important, so that we get a sense of understanding what the industry is expecting from the regulator in respect of these rules, and so that also from the regulator's side, we know very well, having received the input from the industry, what is it that we are trying to do here? What is it that we are trying to achieve? Is it not trying to achieve a balance across several key players or key pillars of the energy system here? What exactly is it? If I may get your input on the applicability of these rules. Now, the second question that that I would like to understand is around the proposal by other presenters that the issue of generators be taken out of these rules. And secondly, any cost associated with the generation profile and so forth, or the standby generators and the other things be excluded from these rules. If so, how, where and how do you believe the regulator will be able to regulate how the generators bid into the spot market? If we take all of this, what is it that you would propose that the regulator regulates how the generators bid into the spot market, and so that it creates the transparent price signals that reflect real-time supply and demand? If we then remove all of these other things, remember that our task is make sure that we facilitate and create competition and encourage competition between the providers. So we do want to get clarity from the presenters. How do we then make sure that there is that price transparency and competition, and also how do we regulate the generators that must bid into the spot market? Can you assist us with that, so that we can understand, the limitations, the scope, and what is it the regulator is expected to do to assist the market in achieving these things? The other point that I just wanted to understand from you is and I'm hoping that you will assist in this. There are proposals around how we can approach the implementation, the technical implementation from the perspective of phasing in, without excluding other parties or other players into the market. That is, the energy regulator being the regulator that is responsible for facilitating competition and creating an environment that is conducive to competition, yet through the rules, unintended, there are some unintended consequences which will actually deter entry. And what is it that you would say we could look into in terms of the phasing in that you believe will be workable, will be feasible, and will not have exclusionary effect? What is it that we can do? Other players have made proposals with regards to time of use, tariffs, and so forth. Is there any other thing that you believe we could consider as well as NERSA, so that we can create an environment that will not prevent others from participating in the market unduly so? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Maseti. Over to you, Mr. Bowen.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, Ms. Maseti, for the questions. So I think to come back to applicability, from our perspective, the proposed applicability works. Our suggested addition was also the licensed generators, so that we don't have a differentiation between registered and licensed generators. Technically, it's anybody that is selling to a customer, whether it be The NSPs are there, traders are there, the licensed and registered generators, because from my perspective, what we're trying to achieve with these rules is dealing with the impact of customer switching, the facilitation of that switching, dealing with the network service providers and the impact on them, as well as looking at pricing kind of issues. And I think from our perspective, one of the big issues around when we talk about these key players is that this is where eventually the market will hopefully provide that certainty in terms of generation, supply of energy, the buying of energy, the trading, etc., all being managed through the market, and that we should be aligning what's happening in terms of the trading rules and what we then do in terms of the market, and it's a relatively seamless approach. And I know, as Kathy said, we always just have to be aware of what's physical, bilateral, what's competitive trading. But to a large extent, as long as we design that the two are aligned, it should relatively be seamless between the two. I think that comes back to when we talk about the pricing, the question you asked was around how can we deal with things like standby generation. I agree that these rules shouldn't deal with the cost of standby generation. That should be covered under the wholesale tariff and wholesale tariff framework. And I know that is ongoing work that is happening in parallel to this. And that might be one of those things when we talk about the phasing in of these rules in the market, is the wholesale tariffs a key component of that, particularly as we try and differentiate between different types of services. So specifically, as you raise it, the standby generation, or what we sometimes call the generation capacity charge, that should be part of the wholesale tariff, and it's applicable to all consumers, regardless of who they're buying from, because it's a really important component of ensuring system stability, that we're procuring the right kind of capacity for the market or for the industry, and that we are able to recover for the cost of that capacity. And I always point out that, if we look at the IRP and a lot of the modeling that takes place, we are looking at a renewable heavy system. And that's the least cost from an energy-only perspective. You then have to look at how we then compensating for the capacity that is aligning supply and demand and ensuring dispatchability at any particular point in time. So the wholesale tariff is a component, but I think we have to be careful that we're not squeezing it into the trading rules when it actually is a separate set of regulation and that needs to be managed separately. When we talked about regulating bidding into the market, I think it's a big shift for us to then look at how, when we get to a market, we then differentiate between a dominant player and a non-dominant player. And I'm sure you well know the thresholds that are built in terms of the Competition Act, in terms of how we define what a dominant player would look like, or a dominant firm. And the idea is that the regulation would be different for dominant firms versus the non-dominant. So for a dominant firm, and as being very clear here about Eskom Generation being a market participant, we have the vesting contracts as a way to try and regulate behavior in the market and deal with almost an ex-ante approach to look at how do they bid into the market and what are the prices that we set in that market that they're allowed to submit into the market, versus a non-dominant generator that is able to submit whatever price they want to, because the impact that they have on the market is less significant, and they then have that freedom and to be able to put in a price as required by their costs or whatever their position might be in the market. So yes, there's some of that which we will do through vesting contracts and other mechanisms, and I know there's a lot of work also being done around how that should look as we go into the market, whereas allowing for non-dominant to be able to just participate in the market freely because they don't have market power and are less inclined to be able to influence the outcome. So when we talk about implementation, I think the phasing in is critical. All of these things are so interconnected in terms of how we want to do it. So for the SAWEM and the implementation of the SAWEM, we have a very clear idea that you have to have wholesale tariffs, the vesting contracts. All these things are required. Whether or not those are required for the trading rules is another question. I would say probably not. That the trading rules can accommodate, because we're not dealing with dominant entities initially in terms of the mechanism that is being put in place here. The SAWEM is dealing with Eskom Generation and the dominance of Eskom Generation, but the other generators and traders are not dominant players, and so therefore we probably need less of those mechanisms in place. But it does raise that question then that, the wholesale tariff would be very helpful to be very clear of what that generation capacity charge would look like, but I don't think is a prerequisite. Because we have the retail tariff plan that was implemented, it gives us some indication towards that. I think the other would be looking at that there is certainty in the market about what's happening with vesting contracts, and that people see how the vesting contract pricing and mechanisms work, particularly as the Eskom generators earn a capacity revenue as part of those vesting contracts. There will always be that push that at some point we have to move to a capacity remuneration mechanism which treats all generators the same, and that there isn't a displacement that only one subset of generators earn this capacity charge. But those will all be phases that we would have to do as part of the SAWEM. I don't know if it necessarily applies to the trading rules. It just would help from the perspective of the market that people can see where these things are developing and heading to over time. I hope that kind of answers those three.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keith Bowen. Thank you very much. Your comments and your presentation is going to be taken into consideration as we move forward. I think at this stage, I am. Hello. Okay, at this stage, I'm going to call upon Ms. Penny Herbst. Ms. Penny Herbst, can you please switch on your camera?
Can you see me?
Okay, I can say you. Thank you very much. And then if you can also raise your hand, right hand, and also affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you are about to give before this panel is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, please state your name, organization, and designation.
My name is Penny Herbst. I'm submitting this presentation as a member of the public.
Thank you. You may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much. And Walter is going to be assisting me because I've had a challenge in linking my presentation, so he will be driving it for me. First of all, just to say thank you very much to the regulator by the chair for being able to present here. Just to highlight, my presentation might be slightly different to those that have come before me. And you might think in some cases it's not relevant, but I do believe it's relevant given my previous interventions, which I'll move to now. So first of all, Walter, you can move to page 3, skip number 2, and we can talk about, while you're moving to page 3, and I can get mine here. My previous submission related in the main, and I'm going to read it because it's not on the screen yet. The main question is how the regulator intends to proceed with licensing more intermediaries in a transforming electricity environment without interrogating the financial consequences, including the financialization of the sector. We are largely a public purpose good, which has significant implications for socioeconomic outcomes is at play. I think the presentation has disappeared, Walter. I'm not sure what had happened to it. Can you see the presentation? Because I can't. It doesn't matter if I can't, but as long as everybody else can.
I can see it. Thank you.
Okay, so are we on the page saying reflections on parallels? Just recently, and this might seem a digression, but I don't think it is. We are on page 4 now. Reflection on parallels. I recently saw a documentary on the Brazilian forest, steel industry, carbon markets and livelihoods. For me, the big takeaway was, and it struck me because I was busy doing the preparation for this presentation when I watched this video, although it wasn't related, and the ultimate conclusion of this documentary, where there was significant intervention within a local community and trying to address a carbon market. So there's a market related issue here as well. The ultimate outcome, or the ultimate kind of takeaway, was that responsibility for putting certain structures into place is generally shifted elsewhere, and so are the consequences. And there's a huge gap between aspiration and reality. And sometimes I think it's an illusion that people want to preserve. So I know there's a lot of work that's gone into this market, and I know I'm not going to change anything, but I do think it's worthwhile highlighting some of the concerns. So in this regard, I've got another question that links to the previous question. How does this public participate consultation process, its outcome, and other bits of the puzzle ensure that the inevitable consequences, intended or unintended, associated with the structural failures, and we know we have structural failures in the electricity market at the moment. How do we ensure that these structural failures are managed with a high degree of confidence and transparency? And I was looking, and this is the only reference I'm going to give to your trading rules, because otherwise I'm going to have a very long presentation. Paragraph 8.2 of the rules, I think, in terms of transparency, is very light. And I hear some of the traders already pushing back on, we don't want too much transparency. And apologies if I read that wrong. Apologies to who the person who said that. So my question, again, going back to my previous question from October 2024, how are the costs and risks going to actually be apportioned of this specific move to a market? Just to the next page. This is a slide that I've taken from the submission I did with regard to the ERA. This Electricity Regulation Act that we have now and the 1998 white paper was really very light on detail. And this is why we find ourselves here now, right? Developing all these rules and regulations, trying to make sense of what the ERA is allowing and isn't allowing. But in this kind of development of the market where we find ourselves, context really matters. So again, I come back to who bears the risk, and I haven't included there, and cost of the messiness of this transition. And if we don't acknowledge that it's messy, then I think we actually are kind of have got our blinkers on. The next slide relates to you can go past the market. The next slide. Before this presentation, I went through the slides 1 to, I think it was 10, if I remember correctly, on the market code workshops. And what I saw there was really interesting, but at the same time, very concerning. And I think a point that has been made or not made, I can't quite grasp with the previous submissions. We can't delink the market code process and its consultation from the development and approval of these rules. They are bits and pieces of the same puzzle. And I don't understand why we've got to have two different sets of rules. And what I also noted, and it was I found it I got quite anxious watching those market code workshops again. There was so much reference by the presenters, and Keith, you were one of them, of the use of the words hopefully, ideally, theoretically, and in my country. And I was just, I sat back every time I heard that, and I thought to myself, what are we putting together? And again, as a result of this theoretical, ideally, hopefully, and what happens in other countries, which I'll just touch on shortly, is what are we really doing again? And then if we allowing certain intermediaries to enter the market, and it might not only be traders, it could be other participants. What are we doing with regard to what we're solving for? And the point, and I think the point was made during one of these market code workshops, the market is not going to solve for everything. And I think we should be very careful to not think that it is, but we also at the same time have to highlight what it's not going to solve for. And then we have to look for that solution at the same time, because we're creating precedents by creating the market. But, someone's going to say, oh, but guess what? The market didn't solve for this. So what the market solves for, yes, great. It solves for new business models, and people are out there pushing this, a dime a dozen. Price discovery, absolutely. It allows for price discovery. Whether that price discovery is efficient, I have my own doubts, but let's just say yes with a question mark. Volatility, absolutely. Will provide will solve for volatility. In other words, the markets are going to be much more volatile. It's a function of a market. A market is volatile. Heaven help us if we had this structure in place during load shedding, because prices would have gone through the roof. Is that right? Is that wrong? I'm not sure, but that brings us back to structural failures and affordability. And I don't think it solves for affordability at all. We're not seeing any affordability price signals that are coming through, and the market's not there yet. But nothing's going to change as when we have the market. Everything, all the costs that are there already are going to be there, plus the additional costs that are going to come into the new generation, the cost of the trading, the cost of balancing, and all of those things. So I don't think we've had a look at the cost of the system as a whole. And I think it's time that we kind of start being a bit more transparent and maybe honest about what this is all going to cost. Because it's, in my mind, we've heard, for instance, the electricity and energy minister say, tariffs and prices are coming down. I just don't see how that's going to happen. So to a large extent, profits associated with trading are going to be made, and we're going to socialize the cost. I've actually heard that in some of the presentations that have preceded me. I think another issue that has not been solved for or discussed in the market code, who and how traders are structured and the precedents that are set. And when I talk about the precedents that are set, I'm talking about precedents of phase 1, but I'm also not sure. To me, it seems like there's a phase 0 before phase 1, and I'd love to understand what those precedents are and what have we embedded in the system already prior to phase 1. If we can go to the next slide. This is the market code, a market code continuation, and I've actually taken almost verbatim what was said with regard to a big issue. And again, it's I would say this is also part of the structural failures. A term that came up in the governance workshop, number 2, was a term called missing money. And the question was interestingly highlighted and asked by a representative from National Treasury. And I'm going to read it, okay, just so that it's on the record. This person asked, there's a question around equity. And I know we're talking about the rules of the game in terms of a market that operates, but you're going to have to deal with the question of the impact on prices in general that have adverse effects on market participants. And I'm not sure whether market participants is the right term there. Anyhow, that's what was said. So I don't know if this is the forum or at what point in your consultation you speak to that point. But I would imagine that the market rules have to have some equity clause or some discussion on what the ultimate impact is going to be on prices. Almost what I had said way back in October 2024. I don't know how you deal with that in other developed economies, but I think it's going to be context specific for South Africa to have some sort of discussion about the impact on prices. The response from the presenter, who's kind of embedded in developing all these the market codes, was, I understand the effect on prices. Again, the same discussion as the effects on distribution in municipalities. Agree that it needs to be solved, but not in the market code. Now, don't let that response, I'm pleading with the regulator, don't let that response be how you want to actually not deal with it, okay, if I'm putting myself correctly, if explaining myself correctly. What that person said further, the market is there to give the most correct value, and I've put that in inverted commas because I'm not sure what the most correct value of the price of electricity. In a most efficient manner, establish what the price is. That's what you're doing. If that price cannot be taken, and I've put in brackets by a market participant, because that is what was said. Again, it would probably market participants / consumers. You need to solve that outside of this. You want that signal to be there, this price signal. So it's a most important signal that if prices go really high or really low, that you might have to do something. And then that conversation proceeded afterwards to laughing a bit uncomfortably during the workshop. and then there was a reference to some reference to a fiscally constrained treasury, and at that stage, when that discussion was, we weren't even talking about support to the industry, which we see now that's coming more and more to the fore. For instance, support to the smelting industry that we all are aware of. None of this is being discussed by the market participants or the traders, because it's not in, and maybe rightly so, because they've got a business model that they want to address. But I just want to highlight that we've got a question of affordability. What happens when prices go high or low? Could you move to the next slide, please, Walter? And this is an interesting one. And I'm using an example from Norway. Norway in October last year announced Norgespris, which is really Norway price. Now this is in the matters. The context matters, because Norway is the fourth richest country in the world per capita at $90,000 in 2025. But since October 2026, consumers using up to 5,000 kilowatt hours per month are able to choose a government-backed fixed electricity price of 40 kilowatt hours or a per kilowatt hour for households. The Norwegian government has budgeted 6.6 billion, about 12 billion rand, for this for the year, for this initiative, which it's believed is going to be extended. At this stage, that's the commentary in the market, which I've researched. The ultimate issue then is that the government and taxpayers will foot the bill. Now, I've been reading significantly on this, and I think it's really important for the regulator and all of those others that are sitting behind this to think about. One commentary that I read was that the overall structure is a left-wing shock in a world that has spent 20 years liberalizing the power sector. And I just asked myself, why? This is a country with significant hydro resources, huge North Sea oil reserves. They are instituting a price cap for consumers. And for consumers, not the same consumers that we're having significantly financially stressed and indigent consumers. So for me, I think there has to be some consideration of the lessons that we are learning at this stage, and I don't see it going into this process. I really don't see it going into process. Anyway, so I just thought I'd leave that. Then let's have a look at a South African example with regard to how price amelioration has taken place. So if we can go to the next slide, Walter. Some of this might seem a bit disjointed, but I had loads of slides and I've cut them down significantly. I had a really big shock when I saw it only got 10 minutes. So please excuse me. This is an extract from a previous RCA determination by NERSA. It says, I'm only going to read the first one. The energy regulator had to balance both Eskom interest and those of the public in line with Section 2B of the ERA by thoroughly analysing the financial information submitted by Eskom, conducting an economic impact assessment study, and considering the public's representations. Now, if you have a look, and then maybe we just jump ahead because I'm going to try and save time. Jump to the next slide, and I'll get to the gist of what I want to say in the next slide. ERA, Electricity Regulation Act and Competition. In the previous ERA, the 2006, was it Act 6, 2002 or 6-4? Anyway, had both Section 2B and Section 15. I think it was Section 14 in the previous version of the Act. And what I'd like to submit is that the 2024 amendments to the ERA do not materially address the contradictions that exist between Section 2B and Section 15 in the current Act, Act 38 of 2024, as far as tariff determinations and the impact are concerned. And I'm talking here about Eskom being regulated by the regulator, right? Because here again, I don't see that competition is necessarily fairly apportioned, or fairly built into the system. The sector in the new ERA does introduce a link to returns that pertain to risk. And however, these contradictions impact on the fiscal framework, and they remain and will continue to impact on the sustainability of the sector. There's an increasing gap between the cost of supply and tariffs. The increasing gap between cost of supply and tariffs to sustain the cost is a risk to the sector and the fiscus. And although support to the energy sector is receiving attention globally, as we have seen by the August Priest example, South Africa's affordability challenges predates more recent cost pressures in the sector globally. So there exists significant uncertainty as to whether the market will address affordability challenges. Moreover, of the question, does the inclusion of Section 2B and the ERA constitute a fair basis for competition as it goes to the sustainability of Eskom and access to affordable capital resources? Because Eskom is always used as a balancing mechanism. We've talked about balancing a lot, but I'm talking about balancing, not the same kind of balancing. Eskom being the balancing mechanism for the fundamental structural failures and affordability issues. Can we move to the next slide, please? And maybe
excuse me, Ms. Herbst, as you are moving to the next slide, may I ask you to try and wrap up in the interest of time, because we still have other presenters waiting in line. Thank you.
Fantastic. I will do that. Then we can skip maybe this next slide. What does Section 2B of the ERA say? Because you will know what it says, regulator. And Section 15, I've put it in my presentation. Let's get the second last slide, I think it is, or third last slide. If you could move on to the Draghi report. The slide that says Draghi report, it's another slide ahead. I found this quote in the Draghi report of EU competitiveness quite interesting. I still haven't quite understood what the ultimate solutions are, and they seem to be very manifold and complex. But let's just, in the interest of time, the conclusion was high taxes and rents captured by financial traders raise energy costs for our economy. Now, I'm sure there'll be a huge debate about this, but this is in an international EU competitive report, and it goes to kind of how and what support the market requires outside of a market-based energy sector, because there's more than just the market. There's a whole lot of other issues. I'm not going to talk about financialization. I would ask the regulator to read that, and you will see it's got a different kind of. This was a presentation that I gave elsewhere. I just kind of dropped it into my presentation. But I think let me leave it, because the regulator can read it. I just want to go to the concluding slide. Let me check and see on my stuff here. Yeah, let's use this as the concluding slide. And I've shown this before, and other presentations. I read quite extensively across a number of commentators and experts, and the conclusions from this specific gentleman, Brett Christophers, who's well worth looking at and reading some of his books, is that will financiers and investors embrace merchant or spot market risk? And there's a question of that, because I'm not quite sure whether our market really is going to be able to have a spot market risk exposure that doesn't address a whole lot of stuff outside of it, okay? Which is why he makes the second point. If not, only two things seem to be likely to drive the necessary development of renewables in the long term: retaining or rebuilding state subsidies. That's the one. And secondly, the reform of electricity markets. And I think the point I want to make here, and I think, let me read what he has to say here, because what I'm reading, I support absolutely. Existing markets are designed around the characteristics of the fossil fuel generation, and in essence remain unreformed. The problem is that markets as they exist were not designed to and do not reflect the cost structures and operating characteristics of growing new energy sources. Now, that is the words of someone else, not even Brett Christophers, Kay et al. Of 2014. That, in my opinion, still exists. They are not sufficiently reformed. And we still see in this kind of reformation process that there's only some customers that traders would want to deal with. Others aren't. I mean, I was kind of asking myself, but it's quite interesting that that the smelters are approaching Eskom for support, but why aren't they purchasing from traders? Surely that's an option. I'd really like to understand why they aren't purchasing from traders and understand what the costs of those traders are, especially cost of a full tariff, not just an intermittent tariff as and when, but a full tariff. It's a good question to ask. Anyway, so for me, actually, just to summarize, I don't think competition is equitable. Especially not from the incumbent's perspective. So there's a lot of throwing, issues towards the incumbent and dominant player, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think we've really thought through whether or not Eskom is supposed to be there to play the role of taking the risks and the costs and impacting, therefore, on its own financial sustainability. I hope I've made myself clear. The last thing I'd like to remark on. I've also been following developments in neighbouring countries, and it might be worthwhile, and probably the regulator might already have had these discussions on having a deep dive into what the challenges are in those markets. Because I think when we keep on talking about cross-border and how well it works in other jurisdictions, I'm not sure whether the rosy picture, and I'm just questioning this, whether the rosy picture is as rosy as it seems. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair and NERSA as a whole. Really appreciate it. You can read one or two of the extra slides that I have in there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Herbst, for your comprehensive presentation. I'm now going to open it up to the members of the Electricity Subcommittee if they've got any questions. Thank you. Going on.
I don't.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I see Ms. Maseti.
Thank you, Chairperson. And just one question from me. That is the question. Is a question that relates to paragraph 8.2 of the rules as raised by Ms. Herbst. This relates to transparency. You stated that transparency is quite thin in these rules. In what way? And what is your sort of proposal in terms of improving transparency within the context of these rules in terms of what we're seeking to do? If you can kindly assist us with that so that we can take that into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I've got the rules in front of me, and 8.2. I mean, there's 8.2.1 to 8.2.3. When I say they liked, I mean, and it comes back maybe, Ms. Maseti, to the overall, my overall presentation, right? Is that there's a lot of there are a lot of costs and fundamental imbalances and structural imbalances and within the system. And this is a personal opinion, which the trade is definitely not going to like. So I don't expect any movement on this. There's a certain amount of value for the traders in having a market. I'm not sure whether there's enough value for consumers in this trading market in a broad base way. Therefore, I think one has to, as part of the oversight, have a look at kind of how much is being sucked from the system in terms of profits. I mean, Eskom has got to disclose its profits. There should be surely some reporting, and maybe it's not a technical reporting, but a financial reporting in terms of what those regulators are actually what they actually are making, and why I'm asking that is that I've noted in the presentations of the traders is that there's this kind of overall belief, it seems, that all the costs associated with the market, aside from just the one-on-one relationship that the traders have with their consumers, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm interpreting this wrong, go to the off-taker of their power, right? And all the other costs just have to be socialized across everybody else. And I think there's an imbalance. There's an imbalance in the way this thing is structured, imbalance in the way there are disclosures that are made in the interest of consumers, and in the interest of consumers to understand exactly what benefits are we getting from this market. So yeah, I think these are super light, just to put it nicely. I'm sorry to say it in that way, but that's just the way I kind of want to describe it. So I really appreciate your question, but yeah, this is not what I would expect from a transparency point of view. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's all from my side, Chairperson. I appreciate the response and I get the essence of the issue that was being made. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very
Back
much.
to you.
Thank you.
Chairperson, back to you. Maybe you would like to take another presenter before 12 o'clock. Thanks, Chair. Mr. Mabunda, in the interest of time, may we proceed to the next presenter, please? If you can call the next presenter, Mr. Mabunda. Suppose is SAETA, South African Electricity Traders Association. May you please raise your right hand, ma'am? Please show your camera, your video. Would like to see you.
My camera is on.
Okay. All right. May you please raise your right hand?
Sure.
Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide before this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and your designation at SAETA for the record.
Thank you. My name is Pippa Rayburn. I'm a director at the law firm ENS, and I'm here representing SAETA.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You may start with your presentation. You've got 10 minutes.
Thank you. So to just introduce SAETA, it's an organization comprising a number of electricity traders, Africa Green Co., Apollo, Discovery Green, Empower Trading, Envusa, Etana, Exa, Investec, Lyra Energy, Mainstream, Noah Group Trading, PyX, and Sturdy Energy. And SAETA represents and advances the collective interests of electricity traders of South Africa. It does this through policy development, industry coordination, advocacy, regulatory and legal interventions, and broader initiatives aimed at enabling a competitive, fair, and transparent electricity trading environment. So the comments that are presented today and the more detailed submission made
Ms.
to
Pippa? Ms. Pippa,
Yes.
may you please, just so that people can easily see your presentation, may you kindly put it on a presentation mode, please?
Yes.
Thank you. It is done. You may proceed with your presentation. If there's other hands, Mr. Walter Mabunda, please attend to those hands. I don't want to waste the time of the presenter as we've started counting. Please go ahead, Ms. Pippa.
So the comments presented today reflect the shared position of SAETA's members and are intended to contribute constructively to the development of a clear, workable and market-enabling regulatory framework. So as you've heard from some of our members already, there are minor differences of opinion between them, but these are the sort of collective views, and individual members are obviously free to make their own submissions. And we're going to focus, like the others, on a few key points. And some of these you will have heard already, so I won't dwell on them. The scope and purpose of the trading rules, the regulatory architecture, phased implementation, how the bilateral market should function, issues relating to trading operations and customer mobility, and wheeling and grid capacity allocation related matters. On the scope and purpose, our understanding and our view is that these trading rules should only regulate bilateral electricity trading, which will, as we understand it, it already exists and will continue to operate alongside the wholesale market. The way that we've approached our comments is to see the trading rules as needing to be binding on all participants in trading arrangements related activities. And we understand the point that has been made by some of the speakers that a lot of the principles and rules should apply more generally, but because of the sort of parameter of these being trading rules, we've limited our comments on applicability to their role, all of those persons' roles in trading activities. We do also think it's important that the pre-existing lawful and binding trading arrangements need to be recognized in these rules, and so that they can't be drafted as if we're starting from a clean slate. On the purpose of the rules, we think that they need to provide a clear delineation of rights and obligations amongst the various participants, that would be generators, traders, network service providers, and their customers. They should also safeguard fair access, competition, and customer choice, strike a balance between transparency and commercial or contractual freedom, and provides predictability and stability for investors and other stakeholders in the market or in the bilateral market. On the regulatory architecture, we strongly view the market code and the rules as regulating participation in the wholesale market, and that these trading rules should not duplicate, conflict, or try to integrate with the market code. And we also take the view that they shouldn't impose obligations on the market operator, that electricity regulation should avoid duplication of the same subject, which is already regulated elsewhere. In relation to license conditions, we note that some of the rules, if they come into effect, will conflict with existing license conditions, and there should be a mechanism in the rules to ensure that the rules, which will be more recent, prevail over pre-existing conflicting license conditions. On phased implementation, which was a big part of the draft rules, we, as SAITA, doesn't agree that phasing is necessary in the way that it's been provided for in the trading rules, and the way that it's been provided for is also doesn't seem to be rationally linked to the rationales that are set out in the consultation paper. It also could have an anti-competitive effect. The voltage level and size to a legitimate purpose. As has already been mentioned, the wheeling rules will serve as a sort of self-filtering phasing regime, and that is sufficient. Restricting customer choice is anti-competitive and contrary to government policy and the whole reform program. Phasing could also serve to artificially protect incumbents, and thereby stifle trading arrangements. Linking phase 2 to the wholesale market commencement doesn't, to us, make sense if the purpose of the rules is to regulate bilateral trading, which will continue alongside the wholesale market. And phasing also fails to recognize the pre-existing trading arrangements that have been implemented already, and doesn't attempt to provide any kind of transitional mechanism. On how the bilateral market, we believe, should function, The rules, as we've said, should entrench principles of transparency, fair access, market conduct, and also provide, as others have said, for an effective dispute resolution mechanism and enforcement of these rules. Distributors who are also engaged in trading should be functionally and from an accounting perspective, separated so that conflicts of interest don't arise, and their trading activities and network operations are kept distinct. This would also serve to guard against potentially discriminatory or anti-competitive conduct, such as gatekeeping, unreasonable delays, and withholding of data. And we think the rules need to, as has been discussed in detail, make specific provision to prohibit that kind of conduct. Reporting to NERSA, in our view, and as has already also been discussed at length, should be aggregated, standardized, practical, scalable, and should protect confidential or commercially sensitive information. The rules regulating metadata reconciliation and billing are supported in principle. These must be operationally workable. On these issues of trading operations and customer mobility, Saita believes that customers must be allowed to switch suppliers freely. As has been said, consent from the incumbent supplier should not be required. And similarly, electricity supply agreements should not require to be amended to permit wheeling. So customer switching should be subject only to reasonable notice requirements and data protections. On the top-up supplier and default retailer, this has also been discussed already. It can be defined widely to mean the supply of additional electricity to a customer whose demand exceeds the volume supplied by others, so thereby including the default retailer concept. Network service providers should, as has already been discussed, act as the default top-up suppliers, but the rules regulating top-up suppliers should remain or facilitate competition and be flexible and cost-reflective. On wheeling and grid capacity allocation, these have also been discussed already. In our view, wheeling and grid capacity allocation related issues should ideally be regulated elsewhere, specifically in the third-party wheeling rules and the grid capacity allocation rules. But, and I think the Africa Green Co discussion was very helpful in this regard, there are existing critical obstacles to trading in the practices that are currently deployed. And we think that as an urgent solution to those, they should be regulated in the trading rules. And those relate to the recognition of traders as legitimate counterparties or off-takers or the buyer in budget quote applications and in connection agreements, so that the link between the generator and the end user is broken by the participation of a trader. And network service providers should be prohibited from imposing additional documentation and information requirements on grid capacity applicants beyond what is provided for in the grid capacity allocation rules. And at least as an interim solution, these crucial items can be included in the trading rules as they are specific to. So in conclusion, I think the key focus of the rules should be to limit their application to bilateral electricity trading arrangements only. They should set out to they should facilitate supplier switching and top-up supply arrangements, and provide for standardized aggregated reporting and the required data disclosure and protection provisions. Out of scope of the trading rules and which should be regulated elsewhere, which has also been discussed, are regulated tariff matters, general application of wheeling rules, general application of grid capacity allocation, and participation in the wholesale market. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to check if there are any questions of clarity. I've got the hand of Advocate Sithole. May you please go ahead, Advocate Sithole?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to Ms. Rabin for her presentation. Just 2 points of clarity. The first one relates to the removal of SAWEM related provisions in the trading rules, which I think she indicated that if these are separated, it will avoid duplication. And I just want to find out from her which specific provisions should be removed so that as NERSA, we are on the same page in understanding which are those rules that relate to SAWEM that needs to be removed from the trading rules. And the second question for me, point of clarity, is on slide 7. In slide 7, there was an indication, if I read it correctly, I think the slide moved quite quick, but there's a point made there that there is an indication that there's a need to have a reasonable notice for switching, and as well as for data protection that should be given. And my question on that particular point in the slide is that how can the rules then be enhanced to ensure predictable switching and transparent access to data? So those are 2 points of clarity from my side. And thank you so much for the presentation from Ms. Rabin once more. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Mr. Tole.
Just hold on. Just hold on, Miss Pieper? Did you take down the questions so that I can check other members?
Sure.
Did you take? All right. Okay. If you have taken them down, I would like to check if other members have questions of clarity as well. Any other question of clarity? I see there's a hand. Mr. Mabunda, can you please assist? I can't see from my screen whose hand is it from the members. Please go ahead if it's the member, because I can't see the hand. Madam Samane, do you have any question?
Thanks, Madam Maseti. No, it's not my hand. I didn't raise it, and I do not have any questions. Thank you very much for the offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majola. If no questions, can we then go to Mr. Mkhize, if you're still with us, Mr. Mkhize? If not, then I will ask my questions. I just want, there's a slide where you deal with the issue of bilateral markets, the way that bilateral markets should function in your submission. You mentioned the role, or at least what distributors should do. You stated that distributors should ensure functional and accounting separation between trading activities and previous. Is it your suggestion or your view that we should make such prescriptions in these rules pertaining to distributors or operators of distribution facilities? Is that your proposal, that in these rules we must make such prescription to the operators of distribution facilities? That is the first question from my side. And then there's also a question that I have with regards to the issue of consent from the incumbent supplier. You are suggesting that there should not be a consent that is sought where the customer decides to then go to the NERSA switching or to source the supply from the competitor or another trading entity. can you indicate how or what is the impact of not requiring consent? I see that you have indicated the potential abuse that you have mentioned. Can you just clarify it on that issue of abuse, which especially if some of the traders are not, they don't have market power and they are not dominant as defined in Section 7 of the Competition Act. Can you then clarify the abuse that you're talking about there and the impact of not having the consent? And that is not to say that there must be consent if we are talking about the free market operation and and customers being served by suppliers that have the capability of doing so at particular times. Can you just clarify that? And then you also, that is the second question. You have also, there's a question that, the third question that, yes, this third question deals with those issues that you made it clear that they should be dealt with elsewhere. Such as in the wheeling rules as well as the grid capacity allocation rules and so forth. However, you also saying that there are certain critical obstacles to trading that requires a resolution through the trading rules. And you gave an example. You are saying that traders must be recognized as legitimate counterparties in budget code applications and in connection agreements. How is this going to be done here if these are issues that squarely within those other rules that the regulator has already approved? And at the same time, you are asking that we should avoid duplication, we should avoid all of this overlap. But at the same time, you do want to be selective in bringing other aspects that should be regulated elsewhere. And you say that we must deal with them here. How do you reconcile that kind of position? How do we deal with that? And then there's the fourth and the last question that I have. Mr. Mabunda, can you deal with yeah. The last question is on the NSPs, where you say that they should be prohibited from imposing additional documentation or information requirements on grid capacity applicants beyond what is in being the grid capacity allocation rules. Is this not something that should be dealt with in the GCAR as opposed to now bringing it here in under the trading rules? And this again is within the spirit of avoiding duplication and taking matters that should not be regulated through these rules, but regulated elsewhere where they fit properly. Those are the questions from my side. Thank you. You may respond, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and thanks for those questions. Just because we're a member organization, I want to reserve the right to respond in writing once SAITA has had an opportunity to consult with its members on the answers to these questions. So if I can just give a very general statement that trying to summarize a very detailed submission into a short presentation, you obviously lose the nuances. So some of these matters we have dealt with in a more nuanced manner in the more detailed submission, and we will certainly do that in the responses to these questions. But I think just in general on the last couple of questions, if I can respond briefly on those, we did make suggestions in the detailed submission about the ways in which we thought matters that had been provided for in the trading rules could be dealt with more effectively in some of the other rules, but being unsure about the feasibility of opening up those rules again, having been issued fairly recently, and the two that we identified as potentially being capable of reconciling with the parameter of a trading rule were the ones that relate specifically to traders and their participation, both in wheeling arrangements and in grid capacity allocation arrangements, or the ways in which those impact on traders, as opposed to being more general. But we will respond in detail within 7 days to these questions, and we thank you for them.
Thank you very much. We then look forward to your written response to the questions that we have asked. And if you can kindly submit those to Mr. Walter Mabunda in the next 7 days. Thank you very much for your time and raising the issues that you've raised in your presentation. Also, please make your presentation available to Mr. Walter Mabunda. We'll appreciate that. All right. Thank you very much. I think we'll then proceed. Mr. Majola, I saw your hand was up and then it went down again. I don't know if you wanted to step in.
No, apologies, Chair. No, you can continue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Majola. I'm going to proceed and take the next presentation, and the next presentation comes from ESCOM. We've got a couple of people from ESCOM, about 3 of them. Please, ESCOM, if you can indicate whether all 3 will be speaking, so that we can be able to swear them in at the same time.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. The presentation will be taken by myself, Onika Rantwani, and Kaminta Mutli. Thank you.
Okay, it's just the 2 of you. Can I then, let me just start with yourself. May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide to this panel will be the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full names and your designation at ESCOM for the record.
Onika Rantwani, I am the middle manager in ESCOM Distribution Energy Trading. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I then have Ms. Moodley? It's a bit far. Okay, hope that we will be able to see your hand. May you please raise your right hand? Just bring it closer to your face so that we can be able to see it and confirm. Your hand must be closer to your face. Thank you. It's now showing. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide before this panel will be the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full names and your designation at ESCOM for the record.
My name is Kaminta Mutli. I'm in the ESCOM Regulation Department, and I will be presenting on the legal issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. ESCOM, please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the members. I'm just going to share my presentation. Thank you, Chairperson. We would like to thank the regulator for the opportunity to present our inputs as ESCOM. We have provided comprehensive inputs as part of the public consultation process. And in this session, Chairperson, we are going to be highlighting some of the key inputs as well as the key risks that we have identified as part of our detailed assessment of the draft rules. And this is to ensure that the rules are implementable and ensure an equitable transition of the retail competition. So, Chairperson, I'm going to request Kamintha to deal with the legal consequences and some of the legal concerns that we have raised in our comments, and I will then come afterwards to deal with the structural and technical aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We will be highlighting some of the key issues from our legal submission to NERSA. The first one being the trading rules refer to provisions in the market code which have not been approved as yet. The market design has not been finalized as yet. The market operator is not operational as yet. For all intents and purposes, these do not legally exist. The trading rules should not be referring to these documents. The trading rules refer to the NSP as a separate entity, a legal entity. It is not. It is a function of a distributor, which is the legal entity. ESCOM in terms of Section 239 of the Constitution and municipalities in terms of Section 156 of the Constitution. The trading rules are inconsistent with the ERA, which provides for bilateral trading outside of SAWEM and market trading in SAWEM. The trading rules conflate these two separate and distinct environments. The trading rules contradict the ESCOM Conversion Act, the Municipal Systems Act, the Municipal Finance Management Act, which provide that ESCOMs and municipalities distribute and supply electricity. The trading rules also contradict the Electricity Act of 1994, which confirmed that ESCOM and municipalities are licensed to distribute and supply electricity. The trading rules require distributors to apply for trading licenses. This contradicts the provisions of Section 35(4) and Section 36(3) of the ERA, which provides that all licenses remain valid until such time as the minister issues a notice by Government Gazette calling for the lapse of licenses. The trading rules cannot compel any person, including ESCOM, to enter into voluntary market participation agreements. SAWEM is a voluntary market. You choose to participate in it. The trading rules refer to other documents that must still be approved: fully unbundled cost-reflective tariffs, capacity charges for standby capacity, charges for top-up supply, and use of system charges for network infrastructure costs. All of these are prerequisites for the trading rules to be implementable. The trading rules also contradict the provisions of the Consumer Protection Act, which also has jurisdiction over electricity, and it provides that a customer, not a juristic customer, may give 20 days notice to switch suppliers in fixed-term contracts. The trading rules should require registered generators to make the same contributions as licensed generators in terms of the Electricity Act of 1987 and Schedule 2. The trading rules provide for traders to import and export. This is contrary to the ERA, which provides that the CPA and the TSO will undertake imports and exports for the country. If there is a deviation to the IRP, this must be done in terms of Section 34(7), which requires a public consultation process. ESCOM fully supports bilateral trading and urgently requires trading rules that protect traders, the utilities, and customers. The trading rules must be urgently workshopped. Those issues that are critical to facilitate bilateral trading must be identified and approved. Once the trading rules are approved, they must be capable of being implemented. ESCOM reserves the right to institute a legal review in terms of NERA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll continue with some of the technical positions on the rules. One of the key issues that we want to highlight, Chair, is the topic that has been discussed by other presenters, which is the non-bypassable charges. Our position as ESCOM is that we believe that the issue of non-bypassable charges is not sufficiently addressed in the draft rules that were published by the regulator. These charges, Chair, are designed to recover the out-of-market costs. These are the costs that sit outside the competitive energy market, and they include charges such as the fixed generation charges, social subsidies for vulnerable customers, legacy costs, and top-up energy charges. As a principle in the rules, we require that the principle is very clear that all customers, irrespective of their energy supplier, must contribute to these charges, and there shouldn't be anybody bypassing the charges. There's the aspects of some of the subsidies, such as the subsidies under the NPA framework, which are currently embedded in the energy charges. These are national policy subsidy instruments, and our position is that they must be transparently recovered and separated from the energy charges, and no party, irrespective of where you get your energy from, should be able to bypass these subsidies, because what it does is it erodes the cross subsidies and results in regulatory arbitrage. Chair, there's an issue in the rules around grandfathering. We want to raise, Chairperson, is the roles and responsibilities of the different market participants in the rules. We believe that there is a lack of clarity in terms of the retailer of last resort, the primary retailers. We've provided in our inputs some of the key definitions to clearly delineate between the different roles and responsibilities of the traders, the retailers, and all the parties that are involved in the retail competitive market. The issue of the last resort is this is a contingency role. So if a competitive trader or there's an alternative retailer fails or they exit the market for any purpose, there must be an agreed process in terms of how these customers are going to be now transferred to a solvent provider so that no customer is left stranded without electricity. So our position is that we believe that there's a need for a clear and enforceable retailer of last resort framework that must be developed. And this is to ensure that customers are protected, to ensure continuity of supply in the event of supplier failure. The aspect of the primary retailer. The draft rules, as they are drafted, they allow for multiple supply arrangements, but we believe that there's no clarity in terms of the accountability. Our position as ESCOM is that for each, the customer can have multiple traders. They can buy their energy from multiple traders or multiple IPPs. ESCOM does not have a problem with that. However, we believe that for every point of delivery, there must be one primary retailer that is responsible for the residual demand. This is a party that will be responsible for billing the customer, for the metering interface, for balancing energy at that customer's point of delivery. And this is the party that will obviously be charging the customer for the top-up energy supply. Another aspect, Chairperson, which is very critical in our inputs, is the development of a retail code and the customer protection mechanisms. Chairperson, South Africa, we are establishing a wholesale energy market. And as part of that process, there is a development of a wholesale market code. However, when we come to the retail side, we have enabled retail competition without proper prerequisites in place, and I'll cover some of these in my next slide. But one of the key prerequisites that needs to govern the retail market is the retail code, similarly to the example I've provided in terms of establishing the SAWEM through a market code. Some of the provisions that we've provided in our inputs, such as, how do customers switch suppliers? What are the notice periods? Who authorizes that? How billing and metering data should be exchanged between the old supplier and the new supplier, the handling of complaints and the errors. All of these should ideally be governed by the retail code. And then once you've got the retail code, then the rules will implement what is in the retail code. So similar to what we are doing in terms of the South African wholesale electricity market with establishing the market code, we need to do the same on the retail market side. Chairperson, the issue of the phasing in, the rules, as the presenters have already indicated, the proposal on the rules to initially limit trading activities to customer connected at HV voltage. We believe that that is probably not going to be feasible. And the reason for this is because in our current wheeling framework, most of the customers that are wheeling are connected at medium voltage. So ESCOM, we sat and thought about the proposals that we can make to the regulator as a phased-in approach. And we've got two alternatives, which are basically based on a tariff reform. Under alternative one, Chairperson, we are proposing that the retail market should open only once the non-bypassable charges have been sufficiently strengthened to ensure that they are transparent, they are equitable, and no customer, as I've indicated, can bypass these charges. That's option one, which basically means that the retail market opening is conditional on a full tariff unbundling. And under alternative two, we then thought about the fact that a full tariff unbundling could actually result in some price shocks. And to mitigate this, we can actually allow the non-bypassable charges to be introduced at a much slower pace, allowing the tariff reform to progress gradually. However, because as incumbents will still be exposed to this risk of cost bypass, we then propose that the regulator considers a temporary volume caps on the proportion of energy that the contestable customers can procure from independent traders and IPPs. Chairperson, this approach is similar to the restrictions that have been implemented in Namibia by the Electricity Control Board. So what they've done is that they've kept initially in their modified single buyer model, they've kept the energy that can be bought from the traders to 30%. And this is to ensure that the incumbents also retain a minimum share of the customer load whilst the tariff structures are gradually reformed. This volume cap, just to clarify, are not meant to be permanent. These are temporary as a phased-in approach because we understand that the tariff might need to be gradually introduced. And we also, it's a parallel phasing in where we phase in the tariffs and we phase in the volumes that the traders can purchase from the independent traders or generators. In conclusion, Chairperson,
I was going to give you 2 minutes to wrap up as you were supposed to have finished at 12:35. But please proceed to wrap up.
This is just a concluding slide, Chairperson. Yes, we are aligned as ESCOM with the vision of a competitive electricity market, and we do commend NERSA for drafting these rules as a foundational step. And our proposed amendments, we've provided NERSA with about 4 documents, one main document with our comprehensive inputs, and the proposed redraft of the rules to address some of the risks that we've identified. So, Chairperson, our request is that we have to resolve some of these issues collaboratively to ensure that at the end of the day, we ensure system stability, financial viability, and public confidence as we open the retail market. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, ESCOM, for your presentation and proposals that you are requesting that the regulator takes into consideration. At this point, I would like to invite the members of the Electricity Subcommittee to raise questions of clarity to the presentation we just received from ESCOM. By show of hands, members, if you do have questions of clarity. In the meantime, let me just start off with the issue of process. The rules that have been developed, yes, as draft rules, and the content is being heard today. I just want to understand of the process that led to the development, or at least the input for the development of these rules, starting from the workshops that were held or webinars that were held, and also again the obviously the period for the written submissions you participated, and also in this hearing. I just want to understand during the webinars whether ESCOM has participated and whether ESCOM has provided input at that stage of things that could be considered in the retail or the trading rules. That will be the first thing that I would like to find out. The second question that I have, it relates to the legal submissions that Ms. Moodley made. The number of issues such as, for instance, the market design. I would like to understand, how is the regulator prevented from developing the trading rules in the absence of a market design? How is that the significant hurdle that the energy regulator should hold back on this process of developing the trading rules because of the market design? Is the market design the what you call the responsibility of the regulator to develop, first of all? Is it also called upon in the Electricity Regulations Act that it should be approved by the regulator first as one of the regulatory instruments that must be in place before all the other things? Is it something that is there that then prevents the regulator from developing these rules? I just want to understand so that I can see maybe between these things that you have mentioned. The third thing that I would like to understand is that, to the extent that you mention that the rules make reference to market code, of which market code does not exist, would it be a problem? These things have been mentioned, however, they are not put into operation until such other frameworks are put in place. Is there a problem with that? I just want to understand, if so, if there is a problem, can you just at least highlight that problem to the regulator? If, for instance, the sections that make reference to those other regulatory tools that are not in place yet, but are not going to be given effect to, is there a practical problem that the regulator needs to guard against? And I just gave an example of the market code. And if there is such a practical problem that will prevent the implementation of these rules, except for those areas that make reference to the regulatory tools that do not yet exist or approved, is there a problem? And what is that problem? And that also you can touch on the other aspects that you've mentioned in your slide, which relates to market design, market code, and the others. You are also talking about the issue of reference to the network service providers, which obviously you say that they are separately. Is the issue of, I don't know, I see distributor here. I know that ESCOM has been licensed as an operator of a distribution facility. So, and here you're making legal arguments. And in legal arguments, you are using a term distributor. And I just want to understand, in that context, what exactly is the point that you're making? Are you saying that is fully and legally empowered to engage in trading without the need for Eskom to get any trading license. I'm trying to just understand the issue here that we need to fully appreciate as a regulator, so that we can address, if we can, address Eskom's concerns. If you can just clarify us on that aspect that deals with the NSPs. And that also ties up with the issue of the trading environment, the aspect that you have made, and the fact that you have got powers for the supply electricity. Moving away then from the legal submissions that you have made, and the fact that there is a point that you've made here relating to the provisions of the CPA, the Consumer Protection Act. I would like to understand what section of that act which is contravened by these trading rules here, where you are saying that it first requires consent. There must be a consent given to those suppliers before consumers can switch. Can I understand what section of the Consumer Protection Act prevents that? That there may be a consent, and in what rights of the consumer are being, because that legislation is anchored on the rights of the consumer, but also balancing the responsibilities of suppliers. So to the extent that suppliers are unable to meet the demand or the orders of the consumers, or what the consumers have requested from the supplier. So if now the consumer say, well, you are unable and you can't meet my request or my orders, or I am going to an alternative supplier. So if that is the scheme in terms of the rights as well as the obligations of suppliers, which specific section is being contravened by the trading rules here, which does not sit with that? The other question that relates to this aspect is the proposals that Eskom is making regarding the issue of the authorizations and so forth, which is a progressive. I want to go to that slide. Is a progressive proposal that is being made to manage, but the fact that the issue of consent has been attacked by Eskom using the CPA provisions. And now I'm talking about that development, the proposal where Eskom is saying that there should be development of retail code and customer protection. And I'm saying, yes, it might be a progressive and a useful mechanism to be put in place. However, in that you are calling for issues of billing, meter data, and all of these kind of things, and switching off and customer switching suppliers, that there must be notice periods. Is this not in direct contradiction with the fact that Eskom is against the consent that must be sought from suppliers, but at the same time there must be notice that must be given to the very suppliers so that proper arrangements can be made? Is that not a contradiction in what Eskom is requiring us to consider here? If that can be clarified. I would like to stop here. I think there's a number of issues that we need to deal with. However, there are also issues that Eskom must take into consideration in the way that we look at them. And some of these actually that you're calling for, they are also tantamount to market allocation, which again are issues that are regulated in terms of Section 4 of the Competition Act, which also one needs to give due consideration to, so that they don't result in market allocation and be in contravention of Section 4 and be tantamount to cartel in terms of those provisions of the Competition Act, which we are very much familiar with at the regulator, and how they work, how they get proved if matters were to go to court on those aspects. So we also want to guard against that. So if you can clarify to what extent some of the proposals that you are making could be tantamount to market allocation. If you can kindly provide the responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we missed the last part of your question because of a technical glitch, but I'll proceed with the questions you have asked. First question, did we participate in the workshop? Yes, we did, but we were advised by NERSA officials that they will not be considering the legal issues, just the rules. So our legal issues were never addressed in the workshop. Two, on the rules, no, it doesn't. In fact, you can develop trading rules, but the trading rules should not refer to anything in the market code because that directly relates to how that market is designed. Our preference is remove all references to the market code and just develop trading rules. Whose responsibility is the market design? Ultimately, in our view, it is NERSA's responsibility. The market operator has come up with a potential design, but industry may have different views. We may want to follow a Namibia model. All of these need to be considered as to what is best for South Africa, and NERSA is the central figure that will sit and adjudicate on what is the best approach to take. Is there a problem with making reference to
on that one on the market design? I'm sorry, Ms. Modley. I mentioned that it is not stated as one of the regulatory instruments that NERSA must make sure that it is in place. And what I wanted to understand is the policy, is the role of the policy maker. Is that the role of NERSA to have a market design and the framework that is put out there, or it is the role of the Department of Electricity and Energy that must come up with the market design? I just wanted to find out on that aspect. And also, how does that prevents the regulator from coming up with the trading rules if it is not our duty? And also with regards to the trading aspect of the retail of electricity, then there could be procedures that are put in place by the regulator to deal with that, or the objectives of the trading rules. How does that prevent NERSA from developing these rules?
Okay. All right. So let me deal with the policy versus the regulator. On the issue of the future market, it's not one person's responsibility. Yes, the policymaker will give the high-level policy on where the market should go and how it should unfold. But the detail of understanding how this market operates, the technical parameters, that is the regulator's responsibility. You know the industry better in terms of the detail than the policymaker. The high-level direction will come from the policymaker. On the issue of whether it prevents you from developing trading rules, no, it does not. You can go ahead and develop the trading rules. Our concern is that the market code, the trading rules made numerous references to the market code, which hasn't been finalized yet, which we have raised concerns on. So that market code could substantially change, even though provisions are referred to in the trading rules. That's the concern we've raised. On your third point on whether your document can refer to other things that must still be approved, that's fine. It can refer to all the other things that still need to be approved, but the understanding from industry must be that the trading rules will only become effective once those other issues are in place. You can't implement the trading rules with key issues outstanding. And then you spoke about consent, and I just want to clarify the CPA issue. If you read the trading rules, it provides that you can give notice to Eskom or a distributor to change a supplier. But it says for the traders, this must be done in terms of your contract. And from some of the discussions, we got to fix contracts. So you can't say you are locked in for a 10-year contract. If the Consumer Protection Act allows a customer to switch a supplier, that should be allowed. But from my understanding, and I'm subject to correction, a lot of the traders have long-term contracts where customers are fixed in and don't have a choice. Then I want to talk about the NSP and the whole issue about trading.
Just hold on. Just hold on. That section of the fixed contracts in terms of the Consumer Protection Act is section 14. And if you go along with the rules, with the regulations that read with section 14 on the fixed contracts, there's time period that is stated therein. And that time period does not even take to 10 years and the other things. Hence, I was asking about the applicability anyway. So those are the things that I just wanted you to keep in mind when you say that these rules might flout some of the provisions of the CPA, because there's in the terms of regulations, it might not take you even to 5 years. So that's very specific. And there are certain exceptions, but the exceptions are also very specific. So 10-year period and so forth is not in terms of that section of the Act and its regulations, associated regulations. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, then on the issue of NSPs, and you asked us whether we presume they have a trading license. We don't presume, we know they have a trading license. The distributors in 1994, that they all have a trading license. They distribute and supply electricity. So they've been carrying out that function. When the 2006 Act came about, it said all of the licenses that were in existence continue to exist until such time the minister issues a notice. But in that section 2002, in the legislation of 2006, it had a provision that the minister must issue regulations on licensing and categories of licensing. That never happened. So that provision continued. All of those licenses continued to exist. So distributors have been distributing and supplying electricity. So inherent in that, they had a trading license. So we do not see the need for a distributor to now apply for a trading license. Then on the issue of consent, and I think the issues got mixed up with consent and the Consumer Protection Act. These are two different things. We've always maintained that NERSA does not regulate customers. NERSA regulates licensees. A distributor will enter into a contract with a customer for a supply. If that customer wants to be supplied by someone else, you've got to address that contract issue. You can't just say, well, I'm going to contract with someone else. You've got to amend that one contract person. It's all contractual. So I'm not sure if people are mixing up consent with contractual obligations. Similarly, if a customer decides they're going to be signing up with a trader and there's certain conditions to that trader supply, that customer adhere to those traders' requirements as well. So it's all contractual. That was the point we were going to say. It's not about we would withhold consent. It's about a customer. You have to observe all the contractual obligations. I hope I've addressed the issues, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll look also into your written submissions on that. Right. I think there were other questions. I'm not sure if you have answered all the questions about those notifications and all of the things that are required, and some of the concerns around from the proposals that you made, concerns around potential market allocation. When you allocate volumes, allocate who the supply is going to be and so forth, which is something that will flout Section 4 of the Competition Act.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, may we supplement our answers in writing and provide them to you?
Thank you very much, ESCOM, for your presentation and for the clarity forward to your further clarity that you will provide in writing in the next 7 days. Thank you very much also for the proposals that you have made. We will look at those carefully before these rules are finalized. Thank you. We are going to take the next presentation, and that next presentation comes from Mr. Mabunda. Can you just assist, because my device here went, let me just see.
Coming from Sasol, Chair.
From Sasol, yes. It comes from Sasol. May we have Sasol? We've got the, okay. Letlohonolo Tswai from Sasol. May you please activate your video, Mr. Tswai? Mr. Tswai, can you talk?
There we go.
I'm not on the screen that, okay. All right. I just want to make sure, and if my colleagues are able to see you, I will be happy to proceed. May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you are going to provide before this panel will be the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Come again?
Chair, I also want. I do.
Oh, okay. All right. Please state your full names and your designation at Sasol for the record.
Okay. My name is Letlhogono Letswai. I'm a principal specialist for electricity policy at Sasol.
Thank you. Are you the only one that is going to present or answer questions?
No, I've got my colleague Belinda Lutz next to me, so she would also
okay,
like
let
to
me.
be afforded the opportunity.
Thank you. Can we have her? If we can shift for her.
Hi.
Hello, Belinda. May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
Chair, apologies, she's not on screen.
From my side, I can see her.
Oh, okay. Then in that case, proceed, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thanks, Belinda. May you please state your full names and your designation at Sasol for the record.
Thank you. My name is Belinda Lutz, and I'm the Senior Manager, Power Trading and Market Development.
Thank you very much. You may start with your presentation. The time is now 13:01. I'll start counting from 13:02. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and members, and thank you for the opportunity to present our comments on the trading rules. We participate as both a large industrial electricity user and a licensed trader. And we have also participated in the development of the trading rules and have made submissions to both drafts of the rules. Our presentation today doesn't aim to cover our full submission, but rather highlight the key points. We have submitted our full submission. And our core message for today is that the trading rules need to reinforce rather than that links electricity sector reform, decarbonization, and green industrial development. Our presentation is in 3 parts, where we'll start with a brief introduction to Sasol's renewable energy ambitions and progress, and then highlight the importance of the trading rules and their role in the South African economy, then drawing key points from our submission. As part of our integrated power business, our renewable ambition is to source 2 gigawatts by 2030 for our own use, with a portion made available to customers. After that, we plan to expand beyond 2 gigawatts. And this ambition of ours is directly aligned with national climate commitments and with the demand for clean energy across industry. Of our 2 gigawatt goal, we have already secured 1.2 gigawatts together with our partners, and over 180 megawatts are already flowing into our Secunda and Sasolburg. We've recently received our trading license, and trading allows us to move green electrons to where they create the most economic value, supporting both Sasol's own net zero roadmap and the decarbonization of customers across South Africa's industrial base. And we see renewable energy in turn as a cornerstone to industrial decarbonization. Last year, we partnered with Discovery Green to launch Ampli Energy, which is an innovative pay-as-you-go product. It's aimed to support SMEs in their decarbonization journey. And interestingly, it's already oversubscribed, giving us an indication of the significant demand. We support customer choice and the opportunity for broader decarbonization through trading. I'll emphasize the first point here, where electricity trading is not an isolated regulatory issue. It sits at the intersection of electricity sector reform, South Africa's decarbonization commitments, and the country's ambitions for green industrialization. And any misalignment between trading rules and market signals can jeopardize all 3 of these. And we see the current draft rules as introducing uncertainty at a critical moment in the transition. The exclusion of virtual wheeling prevents municipal connected customers, for example, which make up a significant portion of the industrial and commercial load base. It excludes them from participating in the green power economy, which means slower decarbonization and slower market development, and a missed opportunity for economic. As part of this, we recommend that the rules expand the access to include low voltage and medium voltage customers, and this will unlock mass market decarbonization and support small businesses and other industrial players to participate in decarbonizing. The use of the undefined concept, premature liberalization, combined with restrictive customer base, undermines the investment case for new market entrants. Customer choice drives industrial competitiveness, enabling firms to access clean electricity required for their own decarbonization as well as export-oriented green manufacturing. We also pick up on the misalignment between the trading rules and the market codes, which create structural contradiction precisely where regulatory coherence is essential. And SARWEM can only succeed if the trading rules, the market code, and the ERA provisions form a single predictable framework. If these instruments point in different directions, investment slows, liquidity weakens, and reform momentum stalls. Chairperson, members, the stakes here extend far beyond this rulemaking process. We emphasize that traders such as Sasol and others on the call today help convert policy intent into real-world outcomes. Electricity reform is not an end in itself, but it's the foundation for decarbonization, which then further drives new green value chains, for example, green hydrogen, sustainable aviation fuel, etc. If the rules align with the reform, decarbonization, industrialization nexus, they will accelerate renewable investment, strengthen the competitiveness of the South Africa's industrial sector, and enable the country to secure its position in global green markets. If they do not, the cost will be felt in delayed decarbonization, weakened investor confidence, and diminished green industrial future. We therefore submit that the rules require refinement to ensure alignment. And we summarize on this slide, and I'd like to highlight the first two that we've put on the slide here. The rules explicitly, the recommendation is the rules explicitly make provision for virtual wheeling, and the rules should clearly state that traders are permitted to participate independently in all forms of wheeling. This will enable traders to operate flexibly and efficiently, supporting access to renewable energy for a wider range of customers and contributing to the overall objectives of the energy market reforms. We further recommend to expand the customer base to include low voltage and medium voltage customers, because traders cannot scale renewable energy supply if the eligible customer base excludes a significant portion of the market. Just to highlight that we are committed to the transition, as you can see by the progress we've made in our renewables sector. Thank you.
Are you done, ma'am, for Sasol?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let me check if there are any questions from the members. By show of hands, members, if you do have questions, there are no questions. Thank you, Sasol, for availing yourself and make time. I did not see slides. I'm not sure if you have a presentation that you are going to that you prepared, and we saw that you can share it with Mr. Walter Mabunda.
Thank you. Apologies for that. We thought we were sharing the presentation, but we'll certainly send it together after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also, if you can just, if you can submit that, and also just clarify some more on the issue of the areas of refinements of the rules, so that we're very specific in what you say must be refined in the draft rules that we are considering. I think that will be useful. And if you can kindly submit that in the next 7 days.
Thank you. We will do that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. We're going to take the next presenter. The next presenter is G7 Renewable Energies. We do have their presentation already uploaded on Convene. If you can please activate your camera so that we can see you. Please confirm, members, if you're able to see.
Good afternoon, Chair. From my side, I've activated my camera, but I'm not too sure if this is playing.
Yes, it's still black. It's still not showing you. I'm not sure if my colleagues are able, because it's important just to confirm. If my colleagues are able to see you, then I'm happy to proceed. Advocate Tole, Mr. Majola.
It's still black. Perhaps
black.
Kai can open the camera. It might be closed on the screen, top screen there. Some laptops are there.
Hang on, let me try. There we go.
Yes.
There we go.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full names and your designation at G7 Renewable Energies.
My full name is Kai Henry Howie, and I'm the General Counsel at G7 Renewable Energies.
Thank you very much. You may start with your presentation, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will be sharing the PowerPoint. Apologies with an IT issue. Getting that uploaded, but just to... Madam Chair, can you see my presentation? Madam Chair?
Walter, are you able to assist here? I'm not able to see. Okay. Mr. Mabund?
I can't see it
Sorry,
either.
let me try again.
It came up and then disappeared.
Okay.
Can you confirm?
It's about to show that it's on its way. It disappeared again. Let me share from my side. You'll guide me.
Yes, please share from your side so that we can save
Thank you, Walter.
time.
I appreciate that.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Okay, perhaps Madam Chair, I'll talk through the initial points that we don't need to have on the slide. Introduction of G7, we are an IPP. We were founded in 2009, a South African company. We're based in Cape Town. We develop projects across utility scale, size, wind, solar, and PV, and we're active across the full project life cycle of the development. So we have submitted our comments in response to the question paper. Walter, if you could please move to slide 4.
Perhaps you need to switch off your video so that you can have better internet connection. It's not working. Okay, continue now. Maybe it will be better.
Sorry, I didn't. My apologies. Okay, thank you. So, Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity. We have submitted written commentary to the regulator for consideration in response to the number of questions raised in the consultation paper. We thought it would be helpful if we highlight our key comments and areas of concern for consideration through this presentation. So, Walter, if I can ask if you could please move to slide 4, that would be very helpful. Our comments are restricted to, first of all, ensuring consistency with the Act. Second of all, looking at... Sorry, Walter, one slide back, if you don't mind. Our comments are really restricted to looking at the consistency with the Act. It's looking at the obligations that is imposed on generators who aren't engaged in trading. And it's also looking at the overlap and internet of these rules NERSA has oversight of, and then as well as, issues regarding market access, consumer choice, certainty of investment, and other matters which fall within NERSA's mandate. So our first, observation when we engaged with draft rules was that we saw that a number of the definitions had differed significantly from what had been set out in ERA as it had been amended. Now, fortunately, the draft rules did note that if there isn't inconsistency between ERA and these rules, the definitions in ERA would apply. So we do think that it would be a good practice that in these rules, that to the extent there's any discrepancies between the definitions, that the definitions that are used in ERA are actually brought into these rules. Second of all, sort of more minor drafting note is that there were references to some documents which have now become historical, such as the IG car, which should be removed and perhaps where applicable, replaced with the grid code allocation rules, which was gazetted at the end of last year. Also, if you wouldn't mind moving on. Can move to the next
Please
slide,
proceed.
please.
Yes, you were on mute. Yes,
Slide 4.
please.
Okay, thank you. So the first issue that we noted was the requirements, even under phase 1, for generators to procure a trading license. So we've taken note of the definition within the area of trading as the wholesale or retail buying or selling of electricity, which, as members of the subcommittee would be well aware, that was a change from the definition previously in the Act, which the legislature has now expressly defined in these parameters, because I think the previous definition was, my recollection, direct buying or selling of electricity. Now, from our perspective, looking at ERA as a pure generator IPP, we are not engaged in trading at all. We are engaged in generating and selling electricity, and that is generally either licensed in a regulated program, or in most cases where you're wheeling to private. To us is it's a regulatory barrier which we view as unwelcome, but also potentially, if one takes the view that by trying to change the definition of trading in these rules to mean something else other than what is in ERA, it would potentially be unlawful, as NERSA has been sort of trying to supersede what the legislature had determined actually requires a license to arguments relating to legality, separation of powers, many other arguments. I don't want to go into the details of those arguments, going back into cases like pharmaceutical manufacturers or anything like that. I hope that the regulator will engage with its legal counsel to determine whether there's validity in that or not. But it is in our view that what's being set out as activities that require licensing, that is where licenses are required. And it is not for the regulator to then determine that any other activity that doesn't fall within the scope of that definition then additionally requires a license. Walter, if you could move on to the next slide, please. Okay, Walter, I haven't seen the next slide come up yet. But this is really the limitation of the customers in the phase 1 to high voltage. And the Madam Chair, we've taken note of the submissions that were also made by other previous participants in this consultation, including the NTSET. Under the wheeling rules, there is wheeling available up to medium voltage customers, which memory serves as more than 1 kilovolt. It should not be unduly restricted by these rules. To the extent that there have been commercial arrangements made, either between generators and these customers, or indeed the generators are selling via these being wheeled to these customers, it would be unwelcome for various reasons for that discretion to be unduly limited, mostly because, first of all, it limits consumer choice. Second of all, it creates uncertainty with existing commercial arrangements. And furthermore, it would discourage investments and create risks across the electricity supply chain, where investments have been made on the basis that there are pools of customers, or there is a larger pool of customers who are available to take that electricity. On phase 2, and there seems to be a bit of confusion regarding the intention of this in the rules itself. So on the wording of the draft rules, there's often talk about network readiness, network preparation before phase 2, which seems to imply talking more to technical parameters, such as metering and billing and getting the back-end systems and reconciliation in order. But the actual requirements really seem to talk about the implementation of a wholesale energy market. We viewed that as being a little bit confused and muddled, and would appreciate it if a regulator could give clarity about what was envisaged by actually moving towards that customers would be allowed in that. But from our perspective, the most important thing for our side is that, to an extent, the customer is able to partake in wheeling under the wheeling rules and access those arrangements. They should continue to be allowed to do so, and these rules should not attempt to restrict the rights of those customers as it currently exists under existing NERSA rules. Walter, if you could please move on to the next slide. Here, while we wait for the slide to load, next issue that we've really got is regarding the duplication of provisions. And, for example, some of these rules cover aspects that is covered in the wheeling rules, for example, that is covered in the draft market code, which we note obviously has not been put before NERSA. But what we would recommend was, as has been mentioned by various other parties, is that those provisions are removed from these rules and rather dealt with through those instruments, as far as it creates a risk of duplication. To the extent that there are specific aspects that pertain to relations of trading arrangements that needs to be captured in these rules, obviously we are in full support. But in relation to saying, for example, the requirements for an entity to register with the market operator, we believe that would be best captured under the market code, deal specifically with that, because that will apply wider than just traders. So in our view, in those instances, what would be most advantageous to the entire market would be that the regulator removes references to the wholesale market at this stage, keeps mindful of the concepts that the regulator is looking to introduce for when the wholesale market does come into effect, and ensures that those concepts are then introduced with the market code once that has been presented before NERSA and once it is gone out for public consultation and finalization in line with that process that gets followed. Madam Chair, in the interest of time, I will leave our submissions at that, and we'll happily take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hovey. Let me check if the members have any questions of clarity. By show of hands, members, if you do. Maybe in the meantime, I can just ask around the issue of the switching between suppliers. What would you suggest that we deal with this with this aspect of switching from suppliers, and maybe also the cost that could be prohibitive? How some of the issues were raised by various stakeholders with respect to notifications that must be provided, and maybe do this in an orderly way, and so forth. What is your take on the issue of switching between suppliers? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. I see there's a raised hand, but I'm happy to respond to your question now and then come back to that question if that's in order.
Please go ahead. We don't take hands. The rules have been set out already that if any member of the public sending their questions to the email that was provided earlier on, only the members of the energy regulator are permitted to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, in our experience, it can take quite a while to amend electricity supply agreements to allow for wheeling transactions to take effect. I have seen that potentially even delay transactions prior to financial close. So, in our view, it would be very helpful if there can be set timelines to ensure that these can be amended expeditiously and efficiently. There have been some arguments regarding, instruments like the Consumer Protection Act. In my view, it's unlikely those will apply to the customers under consideration, given the general size as the limitations of applications of that act. But I do think it is important for the regulator to look at creating an environment where these changes can be streamlined efficiently and cost effectively, while and ideally NESP should be able to have systems in place where these changes can be made without requiring formal amendments to legal documents that do take a while and take a lot of due diligence and additional costs to take place. I also note that generally with some of the larger suppliers, larger customers where they have multiple facilities, they can also have issues where, say, for example, you're supplying originally, say, 3 out of the 5 different offtake points. And now some of those facilities might undergo changes to the various ESAs and to allow for wheeling to the other facilities so that they don't incur additional or basically wasted costs for the electricity they aren't able to take. It might also be helpful in looking at the ability of switching that one also considers the ability to effortlessly switch metering points for the purposes of wheeling reconciliation as well. But in short, we would support having rules in place that deal with the efficient changing of supply points and customers.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that input, and we appreciate your time. Thank you to G7 Renewable Energy. All right, colleagues, we are only left with 3 presenters, and I would like to move on, take a presentation from SALGA and AMEU. We've got Professor Vali as well as Mr. Nhlanhla Ngidi. Okay, may you please activate your cameras so we can be able to see you. Do we have Professor Parayashi here?
Yes, I'm on the screen. And Nhlanhla is here as well.
All right. Okay. Let me start off with you, and I'm hoping that Mr. Ngidi is also ready. All right. May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to present to this panel will be the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your full names and your portfolio at AMEU. You may also cite AMEU in full.
I am the AMEU Strategic Advisor, and the AMEU stands for the Association of Municipal Electricity Utilities of Southern Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand that you're going to share the presentation with Mr. Ngidi.
Yes, Mr. Ngidi was supposed to have started the presentation, and I was going to follow in.
We'll come after you. Let me just, Mr. Ngidi, can you please activate your camera as well?
Good afternoon, Chair and regulator members. My camera is activated. I don't know if you can see it.
Okay, thank you. I can see you. All right. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide to this panel will be the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please state your full names and your designation at SALGA.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Nhlanhla Ngidi. I'm South African Local Government Association.
Thank you very much. Which one is going to start? We're starting with you, Prof. Vali. If you can do your presentation, and then I'll go straight to Mr. Ngidi after that, and then we take questions.
No, it's the other way around, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Oh, it's the other way around. Okay.
In fact,
all right.
Mr. Ngidi will start. Thank you.
Over to you then, Mr. Ngidi.
Thank you, Chair.
You can please deactivate your camera.
Thank you. Please advise if you can see my slides. I'm going to put them in the slide show.
Okay, I'll let you know. Walter, if you can see as well, you can just confirm.
Confirm, Chair.
Okay. Tengidi.
Thank you very much again, Chair, for the opportunity to make our comments, our presentation to this public hearing. As per our introduction, this is a joint presentation which supplements what we've already submitted between SALGA and AMEU. So we have canvassed the members for this presentation that we will put before you. The AMEU members are in actual fact SALGA members, and our partnership with AMEU is AMEU becomes the technical arm of SALGA. So I just wanted to emphasize on that, because it's usually the question that we get around, have we got the mandates from our members and to do this jointly with AMEU? So the answer is yes. So Chair, I think as a beginning of the presentation, so I think it's always, I'm sure we always, we always raise the issue around the function of municipalities as the cornerstone of service delivery. We are going towards the markets and trading. And I think there's one thing that we always need to build to understand that will never change. The market, obviously, the success of the market is always going to be determined by how our economy is doing, which translates to how the market is doing. Of which municipalities, if there comes a point where maybe the market is not doing so well, but let me not be pessimistic, just an example. When the market is no longer doing that well, the traders, obviously, because they are there for the bottom line, they actually exit. And obviously, municipalities cannot exit anything. They will still be left with the constitutional mandates to serve the people. So that's why we need to do this right. I think most of our presentation is going to be raising around distributors, which more or less aligns with what ESCOM has raised. And we do wish that what ESCOM has raised, especially on the unpacking of the legal issues, we wish to also test that also with our legal counsel, because we think we affected more or less the same with ESCOM. So I'm hoping that ESCOM is listening and we would like to actually get the detail of that legal comment and would like to test it also from our side, because I think we greatly affected in the same way. So our basically our view of the trading rules is primarily through that lens of service continuity, affordability, and preservation of viable interest for the distribution sector also. And I think one thing that I wanted to raise on this slide is I hope, Chairperson, you are aware that the electricity distribution or the electricity reticulation definition in the ERA Amendment Bill has actually been frozen by the head of state. So we don't find ourselves having to actually discuss this issue again and having to go and lobby for it again, because I think we have already done that. We sent petitions to the president when the bill was about to be assented to, and the president has agreed that this electricity reticulation definition must be frozen up until the industry has had a better discussion and agreement on what kind of definition should exist or should be in place for the industry, because we deem this definition as unconstitutional. Obviously, it's reducing our rule to 11 kV. We are not having that. So on the next slide, Chair. So one of the other things that around the governance concerns, there's currently no complete retail regulatory framework, including a retail code as well. And I think ESCOM raised that as well. Also customer protection standards and disputes resolution mechanisms for this trading market that is coming in. So it's a concern, and then introducing this retail competition without these protections create regulatory uncertainty, and then obviously it's risk weakening municipalities' ability to fulfill their statutory obligations. So we do need that proper framework to be in place before the implementation. So in terms of the financial and fiscal risk, I'm not going through the slides line by line. I'm just summarizing what we're trying to advance as a matter of principle. So I think we're saying here that the retail competition may lead to cost bypass. And where high volume costs leaving municipalities with unrecovered network and policy costs. And obviously, this would also undermine the cross-subsidization models that we have in the country, including the FBE, free basic electricity, and also further destabilize the municipal finances governed by the Municipal Finance Management Act. So we have to have that system where non-bypassable network and policy charges must be secured to protect municipal revenue sustainability. And I go back to that example that I made already, where the customers will move, leaving municipalities without network, obviously, where they would need to recover the charges and left with the customer that obviously is not affording and then trying to recover those fixed charges there. And if it happens that the market, because we've seen internationally, sometimes the markets collapse and those countries have to start again and go back to the drawing board. If that happens with us, that's why we calling for a clear regulatory framework on those things that I've talked about, the retail framework, the retail code and the lots. So we have to make sure that we are protected, especially when it comes to a point where the market participators, which most of them is private sector, and they're here for the bottom line. If they would exit the minute they see that this is not making financial sense for them. But as municipalities, we can't go anywhere. The mandate remains. We very much support the creation of the markets. I think it's very progressive. But I think as a matter of principle, what you're raising here is that we need to do things right before we start moving with, steam ahead with the implementation of the market. So in terms of the implementation challenges that we also identified, is that obviously the diversity of municipal distributed environments, capacities and system configurations could make implementation a challenge because we are different. We have a vast difference in how we are, the sizes, the capacities as well. So because you've got those smaller and rural municipalities which might face constraints in implementing complex market arrangements. So we need to have proper rules on how do that apply to those. Obviously, the non-diverse operational capacities and environment of municipalities, particularly the smaller ones, we cannot ignore that and take into cognizance when we are finalizing these rules. So I'll make a few examples around the types of complexities that we might face in adopting new market arrangements, including challenges in the customer switching and settlement systems that disadvantage smaller players. And it would include around economics 101, supply and demand curve is going the wrong way, meaning licensed distributors become price takers, and that will obviously severely potentially of these distributors, and also end-use customers will also be severely impacted because these distributors, especially municipalities, would pass on these increased costs to the price to the consumers, and in most cases, because it's the bigger customers that are very excited about the trading part of things, we will asking the customer that doesn't have money, will be asking them for more money in essence. Also, there have to be price caps and also haphazard, unstructured nature of customer switching. We are aware of that risk as well. And also the settlement systems needs to be bulletproof. I think also ESCOM did raise that in their inputs. Lastly, on the implementation challenge, also the reliance on yet to be finalized market codes and then transitional instruments further compounds the implementation risk and may result in uneven application of the rules across the municipal jurisdictions. So in terms of the role of municipalities, and I'm going to my closure to give a Vali to do the next part. So municipalities remain the primary interface with customers. I think by design, we remain the primary interface together with ESCOM. And we're reliable for network access, billing, credit control, indigent support, and continuous supply. So there must be a clear designation of municipalities as primary retailers, supported by a retailer of last resort framework. We have to, because we have to look at all scenarios. And that's why I made that example. We are a retailer of last resort if the market doesn't go well. So we have to take that into cognizance in the trading rules that we are creating, and also in other frameworks that must support the implementation of the trading rules. So obviously this will ensure accountability if traders fail or exit the market, as per my earlier example. Right, Chair? So we're saying around the regulatory and the legislative provisions that municipalities must be allowed to participate fully in the trading market, similar to private sector players. But I think something is missing also even in the bill itself. I think the market code itself also about the actual role of distributors. It's kind of implied, but it's not clear. This doesn't say it will be done by the distribution licenses, and therefore this is what applies, and this is what doesn't apply. And I also add the issue of licensing to be a retailer and all those kind of things that ESCOM has already raised. Also, currently the municipal tariff structures they limit flexibility in negotiating competitive prices. So, to the regulator, what are we doing with that? Industry, the entire industry regulatory framework for tariffs, because it has to talk to what we are actually we have upon us, and we hear the market is going to be launched on the 1st of April, which is like less than 2 months away. What is happening with the regulatory framework? Because that is regulatory uncertainty in itself. So regulatory reforms should allow municipalities to procure cheaper energy and compete fairly, and also structured and open tender mechanisms for off-takers should be introduced. So this will be my part on this presentation, and I hand over to Prof. Vali. Over to you, Prof. Vali. I will drive on my side. Prof. Vali?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay,
You
sorry,
may
I was
proceed,
muted.
please.
Yes, just on this slide, I just want to add one more comment here to what Snartline said, and it also supports some of the comments that ESCOM made with regard to, just go back to slide 8. Just keep it in slide 8. Go back to, yeah, let's keep it at 1 minute. So it also talks to what ESCOM we're talking about, customer switching or supplier switching. Yeah, just anecdotally, just to reinforce the point that Snartline made, is that in reality, once all of this is finalized, you're going to find the trader will get into the ESCOM space and the municipal space. That's fine. I think that's competition. But for fair competition, the trader will be negotiating with potential off-takers, and of course they will go for the lucrative customers, and I'm taking liberties in making that statement, and they will negotiate. I mean, they will have a mandate from their principals to negotiate the pricing, and with the intent of eventually convincing the off-taker to move across. Now, why I'm raising that in that level of detail is that ESCOM and the municipalities don't have that luxury. we are restricted, and I'm using that advisedly, by a yearly tariff. So we are given a year tariff, and we don't have that flexibility of upping and lowering the price. For us, that's unfair at the moment. And so what we're saying there, and you'll see it in red highlighted, is that to ensure that there's fair competition and is to allow the distributors, if this prevails, and the municipalities, to also negotiate with the off-taker, the original customer, in terms of the pricing. And we're suggesting, for example, that the off-taker, either it's an open tender or a quotation, whatever, it's more less onerous, so that both the distributors and the potential trader could have an equal bite at acquiring that customer if the customer wants to move. Okay, next slide, Shlatla. Right, on the phased approach, we have some concerns. We're not objecting to it, but we have some concerns in the sense that the current rules talks about HV customers, and also what we are saying. If you talk HV customers, then the majority of the municipalities are going to be left out. So what we are saying is that the inclusion of medium voltage and LV customers must be sort of considered. And then I'm re-emphasizing what my colleague Shlatla had said, is that, and I've also said this a number of times in the different market code workshops, is that we must be very careful that if the market moves the wrong way, economics 101 will mean that distributors can become price takers. And we'll obviously pass the price on to our end-use customers. And bear in mind that South Africa, unlike the first world country, and I also say this often, we are generally 95% poor people, unlike the first world is 95% middle class and rich people. So you cannot be a price taker in a country or in a continent where there's 95% poor people. Next slide. Right, I'll be quick on this slide. I think we can talk for the municipalities. The level of awareness and readiness is not too good at the moment. Whether you're talking about competition and market awareness, albeit we're going into a market on 1st of April. So we need, and I think the regulator needs to take that into consideration, we need enhanced education and awareness programs for that. Also, I think the private sector early on had commented a lot about the upgrading of metering systems for smaller customers, especially smaller municipalities. That needs to be bulletproofed. You know, the details of that, our technical people can talk a lot more, but we need to upgrade the metering systems. I think we're moving in that direction. I think the country is moving to a AMI strategy for the country, which we just concluded, and but we need that to be also bulletproofed. Yeah, let's move on to the next slide, Shlatla. Right, yeah, I think this is my last slide. In conclusion, just to reinforce, and maybe I'll go through each point, it's important. So we are jointly giving conditional support for a phased and managed approach to retail market opening. I think both ESCOM and us had commented a lot on the retail code, etc. The preconditions to ensuring regulatory certainty and municipal protection, that's important. We need to have a balanced regulatory framework, and we need to give careful thought and reiterate the importance of a structured, phased approach to market opening and trading rules implementation with preconditions. And we need to look at protection on that. And importantly, as my colleague Shlatla said, we are committed to supporting NERSA and refining trading rules that facilitate effective and efficient reform while safeguarding local. And we've played a significant role in the various workshops that NERSA conducted. We made significant contributions. Our detailed submission reflects that, but there are certain gaps that we need that to be addressed. And we also call for a continuous structured engagement between NERSA, SALGA, AMU, municipalities, ESCOM, and other like-minded organizations. I think we're going to do this in the best interest of SA Incorporated at the end of the day. And then item 7 there, notwithstanding, and I think Kementa talked a lot about the legalities of distributors still being traders from 1994. But yeah, I'm just saying we should be fully allowed to participate. And yeah, I'm alluding to the slide that talked about the switching of customers and the requirement or the request that the distributors and the traders have an equal bite at incentivizing or acquiring a customer that wants to move across, as opposed to the trader having a sole negotiation with the customer and then and the customer moves off, notwithstanding the contractual obligations. We just like to, and I made this comment with a glass half full, not with a glass half empty. Because in any business, private sector and in public sector, you need customers to safeguard your business because you get revenue flows and cash flow. So we don't want to lose customers if we can, and hence I make that comment with a glass half full. Okay, and I think that's my last slide. Thank you very much, and I'll hand back to you, and we can take questions and comments.
All right, thank you very much to Prof. Vali and Mr. Ngidi. Let me check if the members of the Electricity Subcommittee have any questions of clarity. Let me take Advocate Stolle.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to Mr. Ngidi and Prof. Padayasha for their presentation. Chairperson, I just want to get some clarity in terms of some of the points that I've picked up in their presentation and as well as in the written submission that they have made. I think in one or two of the slides, I think it's slides 6 and 7, Mr. Ngidi raised some challenges of small and rural municipalities. And Prof, I think on slide 9, I'm just combining these because they are linked challenges of municipality. He mentioned the need to have measures to protect Munics from becoming price takers. So I just thought maybe, Chairperson, the question that comes in mind is what are the specific improvements or enhancements that they would like to see to ensure that municipalities are protected and they also remain viable during the transitional period. And I think I believe there's a lot of engagement that is needed on these issues between them and NERSA. However, if there is a brief response from them on what are the suggestions that they are proposing that we should take into account in improving these rules, I think that will really be, and I think in their written submission, I picked some of the suggestions. They can correct me. They talked of the transitional revenue guarantees and rural exemptions. And those for me were not really explained in a manner that I would want to understand them, but I think they can give us a brief explanation of what are their proposals that they would like to see being taken into account into the rules, such that the rules are enhanced for all the players within the industry. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I'll ask my colleague.
Just hold on, Prof. Vali, if you can take down that question. We do have other members and also questions that came from the members of the public, which we would like to pose for your consideration, you and Mr. Ngidi. So for now, I am reading out the questions that are coming from the members of the public. One is that if SALGA advocates for inclusion of medium voltage as well as lower voltage customers in phase 1 implementation, will they be able to mitigate those customers to time of use tariff to be able to participate? That's the first part. By when? That's the second part of that question. Then the second question is, how do they see the tariff cross-subsidization being dealt with by traders? These are the two questions the members of the public. Then from the members of the subcommittee, at least from my side, what I would like to understand is that there is a mandate that is in the law already, which is seems to embrace, competition, a competitive market, and obviously a competitive market when it comes to issues of pricing and also survival, and by its nature, it is meant to curtail market power. So meaning that the power to influence prices and keep them significantly and artificially high to the detriment of consumers. So that is by nature and the definition of market power, which regulators exist for that, which a competitive market exists to also do away with that kind of a situation. Now, I'd like to understand, and this question was asked, however, I want to frame it differently from an economic perspective. In terms of the protection of the inherent, or maybe let me put it this way, the economic harm that you would like that municipalities be protected from as a result of a market, if that market is functioning normally and in terms of, or in the context of a workable competition, that is ideal. If it works like that and it's a workable competition, how and what kind of protection can be provided if then all that is earned is long-term normal profits as a result of a normal competitive market? What kind of protection can be put? And especially because one is dealing with market power situation. If you can please respond to that. But also just that issue of the switching, which I did not understand, and I'm going to frame the question from a perspective of understanding that concern and the pro-competitive intent that the parties that are raising issues of that switching, they are advocating. What is the pro-competitive intent that we need to consider when we are dealing with, or in instances of, the switching between suppliers? And that pro-competitive intent, can it be tallied with the benefits to customers, please? Thank you.
Sure, I've just written down 6 questions in total. I just want to make a remark, and Shantla can confirm that we will come back to you, because we obviously are a member organization, come back to you with detailed submissions. But I think, in fairness, I'd like to give you principal comments, initial comments on some of them. So I'd like to comment on question 2, 5, and 6. But then maybe Shantla, I think you are more on the strategic side. can comment on the other question, 1, 3, and 4. If I can start first, and then you can answer the rest, if that's okay with you, Slatla.
That's okay, Prof. That's okay, Prof.
Okay. So let me quickly go to, as I said, we'll come back with detailed responses. So question 2, someone was given the slide 9 from Advocate Sitoli, the price taking question, and you picked it up also from a detailed submission. Let me answer it in the following manner. You know, I'll quote the Californian situation, and I'll quote the situation where the regulator took over the market midnight in Australian situation not so long ago. And even in the market code workshop, the comment I always made is, and I'm not an economist, but I understand Economics 101 quite clearly. Economics 101 says that when your supply-demand curve, if your supply is less than your demand in the market, energy market, then in an unregulated market, which is a portion of the market is going to be unregulated, then Economics 101 tells you that prices will go through the roof, vis-a-vis California, Australia, and maybe the other places in the world. So our comments in this regard, Advocate Sitoli, is that in South Africa and in Africa, and I made the comment, we have poor people, indigent people. And when those prices go through the roof, which is unregulated, and if there's no price caps, then the worst case scenario being that the market could collapse, the regulator would have to intervene. So what we're suggesting, and I made these comments a number of times at the code workshops, is that there should be price caps. So that whether it comes in the rules or in the market code, I think that's debatable. But I'm highlighting it here because you can't separate the both. So what we're saying, as a quick response, Chair, is that we are wanting price caps, and the price caps will have to be worked out quite meticulously. So that's where we came from in terms of obviating or protecting price takers. The other one about competition, question 5, Chairperson, if I understood your question there, to embrace competition, and you always quote clause 4 and clause 6, I think, of the Competition Act. Yes, we are not averse to competition. We've always made it, so I've always made it clear in the various workshops. We are open to competition. We welcome competition from the private sector. But what we are saying is that competition, and the Competition Act, I think, talks to this as well, and even probably the ERA, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm just making a disclaimer, is that competition has to be on a level playing field, right? Level playing field, so that, now what do I mean by level playing field? And I'll give one example. The private sector has a mandate on making profits, lots of profits, etc. So they have a clear mandate. The distributors have a different mandate. We have a developmental state mandate, right? So the private sector, and I say this respectfully, will target customers in Sandton, Morningside, Bryanston, and Eskom and the distributors will still have to look after customers in Deep Sloot, Alexander, Chatsworth, Show, etc., right? So what we are saying, and this has been alluded to a number of times in the workshops, and maybe it's this cost defection, is that the private sector, when for fair competition in next year, is that they must also come to the party with the cross-subsidization and all the other things that the utilities have to provide. So I want to leave it there for now, and I'll come back to the detailed response. But that's where We are talking about competition on a level playing field. And we're not averse to competition. We welcome competition. And then the other one that you talked about, pro-compliance, pro-competition, and the slide regarding switching. And there it's very clear. It also talks to the point I just alluded to. In other words, and I'm repeating it, and just to emphasize the point, the trader will walk into a space, and they will negotiate. In that same conversation, they could change their prices a number of times because that's their mandate. And they could eventually convince a customer, especially a lucrative customer, to come on board. And I'm just repeating again, ESCOM and the municipalities don't have that luxury. We are stuck with a single tariff for the year. If we talk to that potential, that off-taker wants to leave, we cannot negotiate prices. We are stuck with that single price. So what we're saying, Chair, in terms of that switching, is that the distributors, ESCOM and the municipalities, must be given the same opportunity, and this is fair competition, pro-competition, to talk to that potential off-taker and negotiate. Now, we gave this much thought, and the only way we thought this could happen is for the off-taker, maybe twice a year. So we don't do it every time. Twice a year to make it less onerous. Goes out, and I'm using tender, but very advisedly, because that could be also onerous, but maybe quotation, and put it out there in the marketplace and say, we're looking to moving out. We want to switch a supplier. If that's acceptable, then the private sector, the trader, and the distributor must be given that opportunity. So that's our thinking currently when we put that on the table, Chair. So the Chair, I'll hand back to Shantla. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngeti.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Prof. Vali. I'm going to be quick and agree that, especially on the last question, the pro-competitive intent, we would want to delve into more detail on that. So would really appreciate the opportunity to submit that within 7 days. So I'll just deal with two quickly because I think we've taken too much time. There's a question that is asking, are we able to mitigate? As you know, there's various levels of municipalities that and capacities that we have. But that doesn't mean we actually just block them from participating in the market. There are municipalities that are quite advanced with smart systems that can be able to do a whole lot of mitigations with their grids that have been smart as well, the metering and all of that. There are municipalities who can do this. There are municipalities who also cannot do that. And that's why we're raising some of the issues around the rural municipalities. How do we deal with that? What kind of frameworks and regulatory frameworks can we have in place that can actually protect some of those participants that could not be at an advanced stage like the others? And that's why we raise issues such as your retail code, your customer protection standards, dispute resolutions, and all those things needs to actually go hand in hand with the trading rules as well. I think my last one, there's a question also from the member of public. How do we see cross-subsidization being dealt by and on the traders? I will answer this question with a question to the traders as well, Chair, through you. I say charges to municipalities because the architecture of the legislation is designed in that way. If a constitutional an institution that has constitutional power is actually unable to recover just because there is an entity that is doing work or providing a service that would have been otherwise a service that is provided by the municipality. The legislation, the municipal fiscal power says that entity needs to be paying surcharges. Calculation of that is something that is still with National Treasury, but it's always based on the consumption or the sale, the kilowatt hours that have been sold and the surcharges are supposed to be a certain percentage of what has been sold by the trader, or by, in the case of Eskom is sitting in our jurisdictions, and also they're supposed to be paying a surcharge because there's a foregone revenue which should be going into this cross-subsidization. That is not there because there is someone else in existence who's providing a service that is the constitutional service for municipalities. So the way the architecture
there,
of the
Mr.
legislation-
Ngidi, there, Mr. Ngidi, I would not want you to make a case for Eskom, as you will be competing with Eskom at the distribution level, especially for your members of SALGA, just so that there is no issues of collusion and all of that, and trying to make some to intimate things that a competitor might do. So we would not like this platform to generate into something like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. It was not meant to do that. I think it was just an example, but I think the point I was making is there is municipal fiscal powers around surcharges, which deals with such things, and traders will be delving into the space of municipalities, and there needs to be a discussion around that. How do we deal the issue of the service surcharges? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to, we will look forward to the further clarification as you will consult with your members. But I think also the issue that was raised around the adverse economic harm, or at least economic harm pertaining to price takers, we're hoping that the proposals around that, whether you are saying that there must be price cap or maximum price or ceiling price together with the market floor price, is that so it must just be very clear what you are proposing, and whether such things must be incorporated trading rules. So if that aspect can also be clarified in the list of questions that we've already posed to you for your submission to NERSA in the next 7 days. Thank you very much to Prof. Valley as well as Mr. Ngidi for your presentations and the clarity that you provided on behalf of SALGA as well as AMEI. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am informed that the presenter Hamatan Renewables is no longer available. It seems that they have withdrawn their presentation for today. So we are only then left with one presenter, and that is Nelson Mandela Bay Business Chamber, and we've got the name of Mr. David Mertens.
Hello, I'm here ready for my presentation.
Yes, yeah, so far away. I can't say, I don't know if there's a way to be able to see you much clearer. Okay, all right. May you, I'm hoping that, yeah, okay, that's much better. May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you are going to provide to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Please state your full names and your designation at the NMB chamber, business chamber.
I'm David Mertens, and I'm part of the board of the Nelson Mandela Bay Business Chamber.
Thank you very much. You may start with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. It's very nice talking to you again. Put my presentation up.
Mr. Mabunda, may you please assist? You may deactivate your camera just to improve the transmission there from your side.
I see it appearing on my, it should be on.
Okay. Mr. Mabunda, I'm not able to see it, but if other members are able to see, and in any event, we do have it on convene. I'm happy to proceed. I will look at my convene. The presentation has already been uploaded, but we don't want to deprive the members of the public that have that are connected. Mr. Mabunda, you can just confirm.
Chair, the presentation is visible.
Okay, thank you very much. You may proceed, Mr. Mertens.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say something about the Nelson Mandela Bay Business Chamber and what we have been doing already in the space of trading and wheeling. And then also we will discuss the draft rules and why we believe they are concerning. And we also want to talk a bit about the draft rules in relation to the electricity distribution in the municipal space. And I think the presentation we just had from Salga really shows there's many concerns in the municipal space. So you are very much aware of the Nelson Mandela Bay Business Chamber as NERSA. I believe we helped you to ensure that the municipal tariffs will finally be determined in the future within the legal framework. And we are the largest business chamber in the Eastern Cape, and we are one of the most active business chambers in the country for sure. So we have a very strong industrial base in the Nelson Mandela Bay. We are really number one in the automotive industry. We have pharma industry. We have a lot of agri-processing. We have beverage industry and a lot of other industries. So the municipality and the area very much depends on the industries that are here. But we face risk of industrialization, basically because of lack of competitiveness of our manufacturing in relation to other areas and specifically global areas. And we just want to remind everybody that ESCOMs and municipal tariffs are out of control. And that is really because of the many inefficiencies we have to pay for. And our supply is also coal-based. So we really need an access to affordable supply of renewable energy, or at least partial supply of renewable energy, which is required for our members' sustainability. So we really welcome the opening of the market to independent generation and trading from 2021 onwards. And we then looked for solutions, but obviously sizable independent generation capacity is not readily able to cross for us to be able to purchase energy from traders or through wheeling. And I will talk a bit about that. But it's our view that we need wheeling and trading in the municipal space to keep our manufacturing jobs, and particularly in our city. So from the opening of the market in 2021, we actually set up a renewable energy cluster in the Nelson Mandela Bay Business Chamber. So we actually grouped as industrial companies, and we approached potential suppliers as a cluster, not just as individual companies. And our goal was then obviously for industrial members to procure substantial quantities of affordable renewable energy. But a further goal, if we manage to do that as bigger companies, is then also to lay the base for other consumers and eventually also smaller consumers. So our setup in the Nelson Mandela Bay was facilitated by our history. We were the first municipality to allow trading already in 2011, and you might be very much aware of that. That was through Amatola Green Energies at the time. They were the first approved trader. And we also believe we were facilitated by the existing legal framework. Actually, the PPAs that we developed around this renewable energy cluster, we believe that the legal framework really helped us and was sufficient to do so. We have a lot of hurdles to overcome, and the biggest hurdle is really that investment in generation capacity, which is very expensive and which requires long-term commitment. Is difficult in an environment where the consumers are not able to provide that same long-term commitment. In other words, we have factories, but we are not certain that we will be around in 5 years' time or 10 years' time. But somebody investing in green energy, whether it's solar or wind, which makes a contract with us, also needs that time frame. Nevertheless, we have been successful, and We will get supply through wheeling through Eskom and the municipality by Etana Energy, and that will commence later this year, the first tranche, and we will get further substantial quantities from wind, hopefully by the end of next year. So it really boils back to that a multitude of industrial members who came together at the cluster enabled investment in specific wind and solar generation capacity. So as far as we understand, that is the first setup in South Africa for independent multi-client arrangement, including industrial players. So then regarding the draft rules, we are not going to comment too long on it. We had a look at the Energy Traders Association comments. We were able to study that and we basically agree with them. We very much agree that the rules must cover bilateral trading activity only. The proposed rules are kind of confusing and overlap wheeling rules, grid codes, and other things which already exist, and I think that's been covered by many of the other speakers. Then the other thing we obviously have a problem with is the phased implementation of the trading rules. We believe that is not acceptable. The proposals around that are confusing and there's no timing. So, we can wait forever. It also might interfere with legacy projects or projects which are ready to be implemented. So we believe that this phased implementation can be discriminatory and contrary to the existing framework. And we also believe that it would be reviewable as it would be potentially discriminatory. So we're going to even take it further. We are really not sure about the usefulness of all these trading rules which have been presented to us. And we are very much afraid that the rules will create new hurdles to trading and wheeling, and it's already very difficult to break the existing hurdles. So then our next, probably most important point which we want to bring forward is whether NERSA is really serious about the implementation of trading and wheeling in the municipal space. And I will obviously talk about our local municipality, the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, in this context. So in 2011, we were the first municipality in South Africa to be open for trading and wheeling. So that is 15 years ago. So we were the first ones. And 15 years later, we are facing a situation where our municipality is effectively no longer capable to run a sustainable electricity distribution. And it's also not capable to bring it back on stream, and there's no plan. There is absolutely nothing that gives us any confidence that Nelson Mandela Bay is a reliable distributor. So we see year-on-year regression for the last 10 years at least. Just to illustrate the financial tiredness of the situation, we had a reported loss in the electricity space of 1.4 billion in 24-25. I'll say it again, 1.4 billion rand. And that is just growing year after year, and this year the forecast is at least 1.7 billion. So as it stands, the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality is on track to default on its obligation towards Eskom. At the same time, it then also refused support from Eskom, and it decided not to engage in any active partnering proposal that Eskom put forward. So we have losses of 27%, which are also increasing year on year, and an increasing instability of the infrastructure, giving us more and more issues. And we actually, about 3 weeks ago, we actually had another set of high voltage 132 kilovolt cables coming down because they were not maintained. It also reflects in major violations of financial and technical license conditions. I think we have addressed that with you already since 2022. And NERSA, I must really say, you are not helping us in this regard. You are not acting in line with your legal mandate to address the non-compliances to license conditions by municipalities. And we really rely on you to do that, because there's nobody else that has the function that you have to address. Big concern is then, will the Nelson Mandela Bay be able to continue to accommodate trading and wheeling? So you have seen the concern with the financial position. It really results in a lack of confidence in the customer base. We see a deindustrialization, high costs, poor supply, and uncertainty. Then you will never be able to convince any IPP to build generation capacity linked to the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. That is very unlikely that anybody will in this risky situation. Then there's the whole uncertainty regarding the sustainability of trading and wheeling that comes with that as well. So we really do not know what's going to happen with the current financial situation and what is going to be the situation if eventually our municipality defaults on Eskom. So will we still be able to wheel? I know and I'm aware that in other municipalities which are already in that position, Eskom actually makes it difficult for municipalities to wheel because the credits are being charged and then it's an eventual issue for municipalities which actually are being forced to repay the debt through that mechanism. So the unavoidable result of this whole situation of this functionality is that there's potential discriminatory access to trading and wheeling, specifically in the municipal space, because municipalities are not being capable or no longer capable to distribute electricity. So to enable an open market, we must really deal with the catastrophes in the electricity distribution, and NERSA has a specific function in that whole game. So the draft trading rules, it just ignores the reality of SA's electricity distribution. I've really not heard from the whole day anybody really addressing the issues apart from probably Sasol, who was the only other customer in the space. So NERSA ignores major violations in the distribution space, but you are already proposing another set of rules, but you have not even been able to ensure that the previous set of rules or the existing set of rules are being enforced. So you really must ensure that the distribution licenses comply with the license conditions as set by yourselves, and you must initiate the required steps to transfer failing electricity distributors into capable hands. And I'm specifically referring also to our Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, where we know there are already solutions through DAAs which exist in other municipalities. And we must not really wait for complete financial collapse before these mechanisms are put in place. So from our perspective, it's really an emergency situation. We are struggling. Labor-intensive manufacturing needs reliable and competitive power to operate and retain and create jobs. And in that space, we believe that access to trading and wheeling is essential. And we do not see the draft rules adding real value and potentially even creating more hurdles as the precarious position of manufacturing in municipal areas. So NERSA must ensure municipalities run an efficient distribution and we get an efficient service. And for the NNBM, we specifically recommend to consider an Eskom DAA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mertens. Let me check if my colleagues have any questions from your presentation. By show of hands, members, if you have any questions. I don't have questions from my side and I don't see any hands from the colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Mertens. It seems your presentation is very clear. We do take into account the issues that you have raised, which in terms of these specific rules and what we should not deal with here. And also the issue of other concerns pertaining to the operation of the distribution facility in the Nelson Mandela Bay and NERSA's role in making sure that it is effective in enforcing the rules, even the current rules pertaining to municipalities or its licensees, and now coming up with the trading rules. And you pointing out that again, NERSA, its role will be critical. I wonder if it will now be able to enforce these rules effectively, if already there's no compliance with the other rules, the conditions of license, and the other rules. We take that to heart, and we will also look into it and make sure that even those complaints and issues that you brought to NERSA in relation to the Nelson Mandela Bay, that NERSA will take those into consideration and enforce compliance where it is necessary. Thank you very much for that. We have come to the end of presentations for this hearing. I would now like to hand over to Mr. Majola. Mr. Majola, we've gone through all of the presenters that have requested an opportunity to present their views in today's hearing. I would like now to hand over to you to do the closing remarks, and so that we can adjourn this hearing. Mr. Majola.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Maseti, for stepping into my shoes. Once again, let me apologize to everybody for the technical issues we've experienced in our office here, which resulted in network challenges. But nevertheless, thanks once again to all our presenters, to all the observers, to all members of the Electricity Subcommittee, as well as the NERSA team. I think it has been quite a long session. Apologies for, again, overrunning in terms of the time allocated. But I think for the integrity of the process, it was necessary then to allow the proceedings to overrun. So on that note, thank you very, very much. And the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.